This Linux course will teach you the basics you need to know as a penetration tester. It was created by Hackersploit, who has one of the most popular cybersecurity channels on YouTube.
Hey guys, Hackersploit here, back again with another video, and welcome to the Linux Essentials for Hackers, the 20% you need to know. And first of all, let me explain to you what this series is about before we actually take a look at what we'll be covering and the various issues that beginners in InfoSec and ethical hacking usually face when dealing with the topic of Linux. So it comes as no surprise that Linux is very, very important to learn if you are going to get into InfoSec, because you will be using various Linux-based offensive distributions like Kali Linux or Parrot OS, and it's imperative that you understand how to use the system to your advantage, how to become efficient at it, and that's primarily what this course is focused on. Now, if you are a system administrator, then it is worth also going through this course, because we'll be covering various aspects that you might not have known about, but again, if you're a beginner, this is perfect for you. This will cover exactly what you need to know to be efficient and effective with Linux when it comes down to pen testing or ethical hacking. Getting started is very simple. If you are a pen tester or you're a beginner to Linux, you can install Linux from scratch or run it in a virtual machine. I prefer installing it from scratch on a physical machine. However, if you are interested in delving into the various distributions that exist, you can check out distrowatch.com and you can start playing around with them in a VM. Or you could opt to set up a Linux server. Alright, so that's pretty much all that I wanted to talk about in regards to an introduction to this course, and without further ado, let's get cracking. In this video, we're going to get started with taking a look at the various keyboard shortcuts that will help you navigate around the system much easier and to work with the terminal at a much more efficient rate. Alright, so let's get started. Now, I'm currently using Ubuntu. You can be using any other Linux distribution that you want. And we're going to be primarily working with the terminal first before we actually delve into desktop environments and various other distributions. So we're going to be using Debian, and again, Ubuntu is based off Debian. And for our package manager, we'll be taking a look at the Aptitude package manager. But as I said, we'll be delving into all of that later on. All right, so with Ubuntu, opening up a terminal with your keyboard is very simple. You have your Control, Alt, and T key, or you have your Super and T if you're running Debian or any other distribution. So on Ubuntu, it's Control, Alt, and T, or your Super and T. And you can customize your keyboard shortcuts however you want. All right, so let me just minimize this. Now, the other interesting thing that you can do, or very helpful thing that you can do when working with various windows, it doesn't have to be a terminal window, is you can perform tiling, and that is by using the Super key and your arrow keys to direct the location of the windows, and you can tile them appropriately, right? So as you can see, I've used the Super and Up key, and that maximizes it, and of course I can take it to the left or I can take it to the right, and I can leave it where it was previously, right? So let me just expand it. Now let me talk about font size, right? So font size is very easy to change and to actually increase and reduce. So if I wanted to increase my font size, I would use the Control, Shift, and the plus key on my keyboard, and that would increase the font size, right? I can then minimize it by using the Control and the minus key on my keyboard, and that will reduce the font size. So again, increasing it is Control, Shift, and the plus key, and reducing the font size is Control and the minus key on your keyboard, right? So that is how to increase and reduce your font size. Now let's talk about actually clearing your screen, which is very, very simple. So I'll just use a generic command here. You don't have to worry about what that command is. So if I wanted to clear my terminal, I would simply say clear, and that will get rid of all the content that was currently on the terminal. However, I can also use a keyboard shortcut. So again, if I just list the same command here, I can use the Control and L key, and that will clear the terminal for me without me having to type the clear command. All right, so let's talk about some other keyboard shortcuts that you should be aware of, right? So if we are working with a particular process, so for example, I can say nmap, I can run a quick nmap scan here, and I can just say sv 192.168.1.1, and we can hit enter. I can use the Control C key to actually end the currently running process, and it will return you back to your your shell. In this case, we're using the bash shell. So if I want to end a process that's currently running, like the one I was running, which was nmap, I use the Control and C keyboard shortcut, right? Now, if I wanted to suspend or to pause this, or to pause a particular task or a process, I can use the Control and Z key, right? So if I was running nmap sv, the same key or the same command, I can type that out. However, here are other useful keyboard shortcuts that you can use. So I can cycle through my previously used commands by using the up arrow key, and that will again cycle through all my previously used commands. So again, I can just go to this previous command and hit enter, and then I can use Control and Z to actually pause and suspend that process in memory. And remember, it hasn't stopped it, you have just suspended it. All right, now let's talk about tab. Let's talk about the tab key and auto completion, right? So we can use the tab key to autocomplete file and directory names. So let me just clear this out, and I can use the Control and L key. So if I go to my, well, I can actually work from my home directory, but let's say I wanted to cat a particular file. So let me just list all the files in here. So let's say I wanted to cat my, let's say I wanted to cat my password file. So again, I can say cat etc, and I can say password, right? Now, if I wanted to autocomplete this, I could use the tab key. And again, if I use it 2 times, it will give me the various suggestions here. So a single tab will autocomplete it if it has an accurate idea of the particular file or directory you're referring to. So again, if I give it a bit more information in regards to the file or directory I was looking for, I would simply just hit tab and it gives me the file there. However, I can hit double tab, and that again gives me the files that are related to the particular data that I've entered here. So again, if I reduced it just to a P and I hit tab twice, it will give us the recommendations as to in reference to the particular files that begin with the word P. And again, if I can increase that probability or the specification of the file I'm looking for by increasing the amount of letters. So again, I can tap it twice, and now you can see the results are more fine-tuned. So again, I can use tab to auto-complete it to password, and I can hit enter, and that displays the contents of the password file. So that is how to use the tab key, and those are the various commands that or keyboard shortcuts that you can use while working in the terminal, and hopefully those will make your life a whole lot easier. So again, Control and L, that clears everything for me. Now let's talk about how to close your terminal. So again, closing your terminal is very simple. You can use the Control Shift and W key. So again, I can say Control Shift and W here, right over here, and that works pretty universally among all distributions. So again, Control Alt T, that opens up your terminal, increasing the font size, Control Shift and the plus key, and so on and so forth. And you can tile your terminal or any window in your system by using the super key and your arrow keys or your directional keys here. All right, so those are all the basic keyboard shortcuts that I wanted to start off with. I'll be referencing others throughout the series. Let me know which ones I missed, and I'll be seeing you in the next video in this series. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at file management and file manipulation in Linux. So let's get started. So I'm just going to open up my terminal here, and let's just expand this, and let's increase the font size so we can see what's going on. All right, so let's start off with a bit of directory navigation and understanding what files exist within a directory, right? So the first question any beginner to Linux has is when they're in the terminal is, how do I know where I am, or how do I know what directory I'm in, right? So they want to know where they actually exist in the Linux file system. So by default, if you are logged in as a user, that user is not the root user. So a normal user account, for example, I'm logged in as Alexis, so I'm going to be in my current home directory. Now you can confirm this by typing in pwd. All right, pwd means print current working directory or print working directory, and that is self-explanatory. It prints the current directory that you are in and that you will be working in, or any commands that you actually run will be executed within this directory, right? So I'm going to hit enter. And as you can see, it tells you I'm in the home Alexis directory. Now, user accounts are usually sorted out this way. So the root account usually has its own folder in the root directory of the file system, of the Linux file system, whereas other users like Alexis here will be found within the home directory, and then furthermore their own individual directories based on their usernames. And this is where all their files will be stored. All right, which brings us to the next question, which is how do I list the files within a particular directory? And this is very simple. We use the ls command, which means list. All right, so I'm going to hit enter, and this will list the files and the directories within the current directory, right? So I'm going to hit enter, and as you can see, it tells us within this current directory, we have the desktop directory, the documents directory, downloads, etc., etc., right? So this is the simple way of listing files. Now, the ls command has the ability to be run with other arguments or commands or options that allow you to increase or to modify the way the output is or the way the files are displayed to you, right? So a quick example of this is by using the ls hyphen or -l command. All right, so this will list all the files and directories in this directory in the format of a list or a table, which makes it easier to read for users, right? So I'm going to hit enter, and immediately you can see it gives you vital information like the total right over here, the permissions, the ownership of these files and directories. You have the date modified and the name of the file of the files and directories. All right, so that is how to use ls in combination with another command. Now you can also get more output by combining the ls command with other options. So again, if we wanted to list all the files and directories that are currently in this working directory, I can use the a command, which essentially is an abbreviation for all. Now, when I say all in the context of Linux, it means all hidden files, all files within this directory will be displayed. All right, so if I list the files again here, you can see that it only displays the files and directories that are visible to users. If we want to display all the files and directories, including hidden files and directories, we can say ls and we can say a. All right, and this again will give us all files and directories, including hidden files and directories. So you can see the hidden files in Linux have the dot or the full stop before the file name here. So again, the bash aliases file is a file that is used in configuration of your bash profile. So again, it allows you to configure aliases when working with bash. Again, so the hidden files in Linux typically are used for configuration of various system environment variables or various system tools, so on and so forth. We'll be working with this later on, and it will all make sense shortly. Now, the great thing about the list command is that I can use it in combination with the previous command. So if I wanted to list this in a way that was much easier to read, I can say ls al, and this will list all the files and directories, including the hidden files and directories, in the format of a list or a table. And I hit enter, and there you are. You can see it displays all the files and directories in the form of a list here, and again it gives you information in regards to the ownership and the permissions, more of which we'll touch upon later on in the course. All right, so I'm just going to clear the terminal here, and let's take a look at the ls command a little bit more. All right, so let's say I wanted to actually list the files in a more readable format for users. So again, I can just type in ls L, and I can use the H command. All right, so if I hit enter, again this displays it in a much easier way for users to understand what's going on, and the context I'm referring to is more to do with the size. All right, so if I say ls L, you can see that the data here, or the size of the files, is in bytes. Right now, when we use the ls H, or the H, where the H stands for human readable format, you can see it displays the actual size in kilobytes. Much easier way for you to understand the sizes of files, etc., etc. All right, so let me just clear the terminal here. And let's take a look at one more command that we can use with ls. And that is if we wanted to show subdirectories, right? So remember, when we use the ls command, it shows us the directories within this current working directory. But let's say we had other directories within, within pictures, right? So we could have other directories within pictures, or documents, or the downloads folder, etc. So again, we can say, if I wanted to list the subdirectories within the desktop folder, I can say ls l, and we'll use the capital R command, and this again means recursively. So we can then specify the folder we want, which is going to be desktop, or the directory we want. Again, it's going to be desktop, and we hit enter. And again, it will list for us the files that exist on the desktop, first of all. And again, it shows us that we have a directory called C and a txt file called todo.txt. All right, within the C folder or the C directory, we have three files. We have a temp.c, we have a test binary, and a test.c file. So again, it's displayed to us what is on the desktop, and then what is in the directory C on the desktop. So again, it's used for recursive listing of files and directories and subdirectories that way. All right, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's talk about some directory navigation, all right, which is quite important here. Before we actually talk about file manipulation and copying files, etc. So as I said, we are currently in the home Alexis directory. Now, if I wanted to move a step back or to move to a parent directory, I can say cd. All right, so cd will change directory to the actual home directory. So again, if I type in pwd, you can see it will not do anything. Now, if I wanted to go a step back, I can type in cd, and I can follow that, yes, I can follow that up with 2 full stops, and that will take me a step back. And immediately on your bash shell, you'll be given the current directory that you're in now. So again, it's telling us we are in the home directory, and we can confirm this by typing in pwd, right? So if we list the files within the home directory, you can see that the only directory that exists is the Alexis folder, and that's because that's the only user on the system. So let's take a step back. Right, so I can take a step back, and I hit enter, and now we are currently in the root directory, the root file system directory for Linux, right? So again, I can list all the files in here, and I can hit enter, and as you can see, we are now in the root. This is the actual root directory of the Linux file system, not the root folder or the root user directory, just the root of the file system. So you can now see all the various folders that the Linux file system is comprised of. All right, so that is how to actually navigate a step back. Now, if I wanted to navigate into any one of these directories, I could say cd, and then I specify, cd is an abbreviation for change directory, and I can specify the directory I want to move into. So I can say cd home, right? And again, that will take me into my home directory, and then I can list the files in here. And this tells me, oh, we have a directory called Alexis, and then I can say change directory into the directory Alexis, and that will take me into the directory Alexis. All right, now I can also use the / to refer to a directory that is currently not in this particular directory. So let's say I wanted to move into the let's try the etc folder. I can say cd /etc, and this refers to a directory that is currently not in this directory, but at the root at the root of the Linux file system. So I hit enter, and that takes us into the etc folder. So again, I can confirm this by typing in pwd, and again, it tells me I'm currently in the etc folder. All right, now if I want to navigate back to my user home directory, so I'm currently logged in as the user Alexis. If I want to go back to Alexis home directory, I can simply do this by typing home Alexis, right? That's very, very simple. But if I want to even make this shorter, I can use the command right over here. And again, I can hit enter, and I can easily just navigate back to my home directory. So if I hit enter, you see, and I type in pwd, it's going to take me into my home directory right over here. All right, now that we have taken a look at directory navigation and moving around directories, let's take a look at creating files, copying, etc. All right, so I'm currently in my home directory. So let's talk about actually copying a file. Now, before we actually do that, we need to actually understand how to create files really quickly. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I'll go into my desktop here, and I'll say cd desktop, and I'm going to hit enter, and I'm in my desktop now. All right, so if I wanted to create a file really easily, I can use touch. All right, so touch is a tool or a utility that allows you to easily create files. And again, let me show you a command that will help you understand what various commands and tools are. So if I want to know, I want information about a particular command, I can use the what is key, the what is command. So I can type in what is, and then I can say what is touch, and I can hit enter. And again, it tells me change the file timestamps. All right, so I can also say what is, let's see, what is nano, right? Nano is a text editor. So I can hit enter, and it's going to tell her nano is another editor, etc. So it gives you information about a particular command or tool. All right, so I can use touch to create a file, remember, without any content, right? So I can say touch, and I can say the file name is going to be test.txt. All right, I can hit enter, and if I list all the files in the desktop, you can see I have the test.txt file right over here. All right, so I can now direct data into this file. So again, I can use the echo command, and if we want to learn more about the echo command, I can type in what is, and I can say echo, and I can hit enter, and it's going to say display a line of text, right? So we can say echo Alexis is you can say Alexis is not cool, or something like that, and I can just hit enter, and again it will display on our terminal Alexis is not cool. All right, so it simply just displays a line of text. However, we can redirect this data into a particular file, and in this case we want to redirect this data into the test.txt file, right? So I can say echo, we can say hello, and we'll just use this simple string of text here, and I can say redirect this, and we use the greater than sign to redirect data to a particular file or to a particular command. So I can say test.txt, all right, and I hit enter, and now this file should have the words or the string hello. Now if we want to easily just display the context or the content of a file, I can use the cat command. All right, now again we can use the what is command to find out more about what the cat command does. So I can hit enter, and it's going to tell us it concatenates files and prints on the standard output. So again, it gives us the output of or the content. It prints out the content of a particular file. So again, I can say cat test.txt, and I hit enter, and again it prints out what we had redirected into it. All right, so that is how to use the cat command. Now again, I can redirect a lot of text into this. So let's say I wanted to edit this this file, or I wanted to remove this file, which is a much better way of actually taking a look at a file manipulation technique. So again, I've shown you how to create a file, a very simple file redirecting output. We can also use cat to redirect output. So for example, if I wanted to redirect the contents of the password file, I can say cat etc password, and I'm using the relative directory you can see here. So the contents of the password file I want to redirect into the test.txt file. However, if I wanted to create another file, I could easily do it directly from here. I could say password.txt, and I hit enter. And now we can display the contents of the password.txt file. And again, I can use the tab auto completion here, and I hit enter. And again, it gives us all the content was redirected into this new txt file. Excellent. So now let's talk about actually, removing files, copying them, etc. So if I wanted to remove this file here, the test.txt file, I use the rm command, which stands for remove, right? Again, you can use the what is command, and again, use it. Again, it tells you this is used to remove files and directories. So let's talk about removing files first. All right, so we can say remove test.txt. All right, and again, we use tab or auto completion, and I hit enter, and this will have removed the file over here, right? So that is essentially how to remove a file. Now, If I want to remove a directory, I need to specify that it is a recursive action. But before we do that, let's talk about creating a directory first, because that's quite important as well. So if I want to create a directory, I use the make directory command, which is abbreviated into mkdir. So make directory, and I give it a name, so I can say test. All right, so this is going to create a folder or a directory called test. Once I hit enter and I list all the files here, you can see we have the test directory over here. So what I can do is I can navigate into it. I can copy files into it. So let's say I wanted to copy a file into this directory. So again, I can say, let's say I wanted to say touch, or we can do the same thing. So I can say cat etc password, and I want to redirect this into a file called password.txt. And once that is done, I want to copy the file. So I want to say cp, that means copy, and I want to specify the file that I want to copy, which is going to be password.txt, and I want to copy that into the test directory. So I specify the directory I want to copy it into. In this case, the test directory is within the current working directory, so I don't have to specify a relative path. If I was specifying a relative path, I would use the / here. So I can just say test, and I hit enter. And now if I wanted to list the contents of the subdirectories recursively, I could say ls lr, and I hit enter, and you can see the contents of the test directory are password.txt. Excellent. So again, if I wanted to remove the password file, I can say remove password.txt. If I want to remove a directory, and the directory we want to remove is the test directory, I can say remove, and I use the capital R, which means recursively remove, and I say test, and I use the tab auto-completion, and I hit enter. And now if we list the files in on the desktop, you can see we've gotten rid of all of these folders and files. All right, so now that we know how to actually create a directory, we can actually let me talk about removing a directory. I actually covered it with the remove command. However, we can also use another command called remove directory, which is abbreviated into rmdir. This will only allow you to remove a directory if you do not have any files within that directory, right? So let's say by the way, you can cycle through your previously used commands using your arrow keys. In this case, you can use the up arrow key. So let's say I wanted to redirect output of the password file into a file called password.txt, and I wanted to copy this file. Or let's actually talk about moving files. So if I wanted to move a file, I would say mv, and again you can use the what is command. So what is mv? So I can say mv, I want to move the password.txt file into the test directory here. I'm going to hit enter, and now you can see that the password file has been moved into the test directory. So again, I can list all the files within the test directory here, and that again, it tells me that we only have the password.txt file in here. So if I use the rmdir command, which means remove directory, and I say test, remove directory test, you can see it's going to tell me that this directory is not empty. So as a result, we need to specify remove recursively test, and I'm going to hit enter, and now it gets rid of the test directory for us. All right, so those are very, very simple ways of creating, copying, and of course deleting commands. Now, before we actually end this video, which I know has been going on for quite a while, I'm going to be covering file directory permissions later, but I want to talk about file manipulation a little bit more. So we've talked about using the cat command, redirecting output, using touch as well, moving files. Let's talk about renaming files. And also taking a look at the content of particular files here. So what I want to do now is let's actually take a look at actually renaming files. All right, so I'm going to again use the similar command that we had used. I'm just going to I'm going to redirect the output of the password file into a file called password.txt, And now if I wanted to rename the file password.txt into something else, I would use the mv command, right? So there isn't a command to rename files in Linux. You use the mv command, which means move. In this case, it's very simple. The syntax is you specify the file that you want to change the name of, which is going to be password.txt. And I changed the file name to, let's say, test.txt. And I hit enter, and now if we list all the files in the directory, you can see that it changes it to test.txt. And indeed, if we actually display the contents of the file, you can see that the content is preserved while we've changed the name, and we can also change the extension of the file. So I could say move test.txt into test. Let's say test.c. We can change the contents into a C file, right? And now if I say cat test.c, I can hit enter, and there you are. Now let's talk about editors, and then I'll talk about the content of the files before we actually end this video. So there are two standard editors that are pretty much the standard when it comes to Linux and working within the terminal. I'm not talking about graphical GUI based editors like gedit and stuff. So if I wanted to edit this file within the terminal, I have two options. I have nano. So again, I can use the whatis command and say what is nano. And again, that's an editor. And we have vim, which is pretty much the most popular option. And I'll be making independent videos on these editors and how to configure them. So again, if I want to edit the test.txt file, I can say nano test.c. Let's actually rename it back to test.txt. And we say nano test.txt, and we're going to hit enter, and that takes us into nano. Now exiting nano is very simple. Again, you can navigate around, make changes. Exiting it, we use Control and X, and that's it. Now with vim or vi, we simply type in vi or vim, and we say test.txt, hit enter. And again, with vim, the syntax is very different. If I want to make changes or I want to add content, I type in I to insert text. And again, I can play around with it, and once I'm done, I hit escape, and then I can write changes to this file, or I can quit and discard any changes by typing in Q and the exclamation mark, and I hit enter. And that's how to use the various editors. I'm not covering them to their fullest extent, and that's because we have various videos that will be actually focused on editors themselves. So that's pretty much all that I wanted to cover in this video. There was quite a bit. Hopefully you guys can actually learn a lot from this video. In this video, we're going to be talking about file and directory permissions and ownership. All right. So again, there's quite a bit to cover, and hopefully I'll explain the various ways of doing it, and hopefully I can explain it as best as I can. All right. So let me just open up a terminal here, and we can get started immediately. Right. So let's just expand this, and there we are. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go onto my desktop, or change my directory onto my desktop, and I'm just going to clear this. Now, one thing I want to talk about before I actually get started, if I list all the files in here, you can see that directories will typically be highlighted in blue, and to keep this on a standardized basis, you want the color scheme for your terminal to be the Linux console, or you can use Xterm if you want, and again, that'll just keep it really standardized. But for the purpose of this video, I'm just going to stick to the Linux console, again, just so directories and your directories are highlighted blue, and again, executable files are highlighted green. All right, so that'll keep things more simple and very easy to understand. All right, so let's get started. So again, if I list all the files in this directory, you can see that typically when I list it in the form of a list or a table, we have various bits of information. Right, so again, I can also, type this in and print it out in human readable format. But again, that doesn't explain a lot of the information that already is here. All right, so we have the first column, which is your file permissions, file and directory permissions. You then have the user and the group. All right, so this is to do with ownership. These two are to do with ownership. You then have the file size and the date modified, and of course you have the file or the directory name as is and as was created. All right, so what I'm going to do is, the first thing I want to do is I'm just going to create a simple file. I'm just going to call it test.sh, because I know many of you don't like me sticking with one type of file. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cat the contents of the password file into the test.sh file, right? And I can just hit enter and we can clear this out. And let me also create a directory here and we'll just call it test, and let's clear this out. All right, so now if I list all the files here, you can see that we have the new files that we just created, test.sh and the test directory. So if we take a look at the permissions for the sh file, which is a shell file and is potentially executable, however, in this current state, it isn't. And you might be asking, well, why isn't it executable? And that's where file and directory permissions come into play. Now, permissions in Linux are very, very simple to understand. Now, many people usually, complicate it quite a bit. And there isn't a need for this. Again, there are two ways of handling it, which is where most of the confusion starts. That is the symbolic mode format and the octal mode, or the binary mode, as it's so referred to as. All right, and these basically deal with various techniques as to which you can ascertain or set the various permissions for files and directories. But the first thing you need to understand, first of all, if you're a beginner, is there are three types of permissions that you can apply to a file or directory in Linux. Those are read, which is represented by R, as you can see right over here. The second one is the W, or the write permissions. And the last one is the X permission, which stands for executable. So these basically mean read. This means that you're allowed to read the file. The write permission means you're allowed to write changes to the file. And the X permission means you're allowed to execute the file. Now you might be saying, well, we have various sequences of these permissions appearing here. How is it sorted out? And that's a very good question. So let's take a simple example of the test.sh file right over here. All right, so first of all, as you'll see right over here, each of these is sorted into six columns. They're really not separated, but that's how you have to understand them. So you have your first one here, you have your second one here, and you have your third one here. Now this initial prefix here is there to tell you the type of file you're dealing with. In this case, we're dealing with a file, so it leaves that blank. In the case of a directory, it will be annotated by a D, and that tells you that you're dealing with a directory. All right, so let's talk about the other columns here. So the first one here is for the owner of the file. All right, so these are the owner permissions. Now, when we're talking about ownership for this particular file, we can see that the owner of the file and the group that it belongs to is Alexis. All right, now if it belonged to another user, that means that these permissions were specific to that particular user or the owner of the file. The second column here is these are the permissions for the group. All right, so again, these are group permissions, and the last one are for all other users on the system. So let's say I created a file and I'm currently in the Alexis, the home Alexis desktop directory here. Let's say I was logged in as another user and I navigated into this directory and I tried to execute this file over here. Well, given that I was using another user, the permissions for this file explicitly state that I can read the file. However, I cannot execute it or I cannot write any particular changes to it. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, let's talk about changing these permissions or setting these permissions for these files. Now, this is where the chmod command comes into place. All right, so the chmod commands allows you to change the mode for files and directories and allows you to change permissions for the file and directories. So again, I can use the what is command with chmod, and you can see it allows you to change the file mode bits and change the permissions of a file or directory, right? Quite simple. Now let's talk about this for a second. It's very easy to use. We say chmod and then we specify the options that we want, and finally after the options we specify the file to which we want to apply these permissions to. All right, so very simple syntax. However, as I mentioned, there are two ways of doing this. Many people are comfortable with their own way, and I recommend that you find your own way of going about this. But I will make a recommendation to make things a whole lot easier, and maybe one way that you can understand it, a whole lot better. All right, so that the first way is by using the symbolic mode format. All right, and the second way is by using the octal or the binary mode. All right, so let's start off with the symbolic mode format. All right, so let's say I wanted to change the permissions for the file test.sh right over here. All right, so you can see that we currently cannot execute it. So what I'm going to do is let me just remove, or I can just what I can do is just cat etc, or we can just say dev null, and don't worry what I'm doing here. I just want to .sh, and we can actually just say echo. We can say echo hello world, and we can just use this, and we can pipe that into the file test.sh. And now if we try and execute this file, you can see that we hit enter, we can see that we do not have the particular or the necessary permissions to execute this. So that will be our goal here. Our goal is to set or to provide the user Alexis with executable permissions. All right, so let me just list this one more time, and we can take a look at the permissions. So for the owner Alexis, he can only read and write changes to the file, which we pretty much did already. For the group, they can only read the file, and for all other users, they can only read it. All right, so let's talk about the symbolic mode format. So the symbolic mode format is very simple to understand. Of course, I've mentioned it has to do with the various permissions. So read, write, and execute, and it is done in conjunction with the chmod command. All right, so now with the chmod command, I can now specify the specification in regards to the user, the group, the other, or for all users. All right, so what this means is, if I wanted to specify permissions or set permissions for the current user, I would do that by typing in chmod u, and then I can add permissions. I can say u, I can add permissions by using the plus sign, or I can say u is equal to, and then I would set the permission. So I can say user, the current user is going to be read, write, and execute. We're going to provide this user with the read, write, and execute permissions, and then we specify the file that we want to apply these permissions to. So I can say test.sh. All right, and I can hit enter. Now if I list all the files here again, you can now see that the user Alexis, or the owner Alexis, has read, write, and executable permissions, which means we can now execute this file, and we just entered a simple piece of code here. So again, we can say test.sh, and again we can actually just modify this. Sorry, we can say just going to test.sh, and we can just say echo, so that whenever we print it out, we can actually get those this little string of text here again. So let me just write and exit there, and you can see that that was successful. So again, if we execute the file here, you can see it prints out the string hello world. Excellent. So now we have set the permissions for the user using the symbolic mode format. All right, so we can also remove permissions, and again I've shown you how to explicitly set the permissions. So again, let's go over that one more time. So chmod, and now let's say we wanted to apply these same permissions for all the users on the system. All right, and for the group. All right, so to do this, we use the group and the O sign, or we can also use the A sign. All right, and that will mean group and all other users on the system. So group and all other users on the system. So again, the standard definition is U for use, the current user or the owner of the file, G is for the group, and again O is for other, and A is for all. All right, so that will set for all. So we can say group, and we can then say group and other will have read, write, and executable permissions, and then we specify the file here, and we hit enter, and then that will set the permissions explicitly. So again, if we list all the files now, you can see that the current user, the group, and all other users have read, write, and executable permissions, which means I can now execute this file if I was logged in as another user that belongs to any other group on the system, which is not recommended. So let's talk about how to remove these permissions. All right, so I can say chmod, and let's say I wanted to remove the write and executable permissions for the groups and other users on the system. So again, we say go and now we say minus wx, so the write and executable permissions, and we say test.sh and we hit enter. And now if we list all the files here, you can see that now we have removed all these permissions. So the current user is only allowed to read, write and execute the file. However, the group and the other users on the system are only able to read it. So that is essentially how to use the symbolic mode format. So you can see it's a very simple system to use. Let me just go over it one more time. We use the chmod command. We then specify the user, the group, other or all. All right. So again, UGOA, that is the standard definition there. And then of course we use the plus or the equal sign to add permissions or to explicitly set them. So for example, if I wanted to give the group executable permissions, I would say chmod group plus X. All right, so we're setting it for the group and we're giving it executable permissions. We then specify the file and we hit enter. And now if we list all the files here, you can see that it gives the group executable permissions. So it can read the file and execute it. However, it cannot write changes to the file. So I can also get rid of it. So again, chmod minus, we can say group minus X. So remove the executable permissions, and then we specify the file. We hit enter, and again, if we list the files here, you can see we're back to the old permissions. So again, a very simple way of setting permissions. All right, now let's talk about the binary or the octal mode of setting permissions. All right, so now let's talk about the octal or the binary mode of setting permissions, right? Which is again very simple and is my preferred way of actually going about doing it. Now again, as I said, it's entirely up to you. All right, so again, we are still using the chmod operator here. And again, this is the standard. So again, we can say chmod, and then now when dealing with the binary or the octal mode of setting permissions, the read, write, and executable permissions are now denoted in a binary format. And you might be saying, well, if that's the case, doesn't that make it a little bit complex? Well, I'll explain why it will not make it complex. All right, so let me explain something. So typically, as I said, the read, write, and executable permissions are now represented by a binary value. All right, so the read value is the read permission is represented by a value of 4. All right, the write permission is denoted or represented by a value of 2. Sorry. And the executable permission is represented by a value of 1. All right, and again, we're still following the previous format of actually understanding permissions here. So again, we have the owner now, the owner of the file or the directory. You then have the group and others, other users on the system. All right, so let's work with the test.sh file, and I'll talk about setting directory permissions, which is again very, very simple as well. All right, so let's say we wanted to get rid of the write and execute permissions for the owner of the file, which is right over here. You can see it has read, write, and execute permissions. So to do this with the binary mode or the octal mode, again, we need to specify chmod. And now the permissions, if you already know about this, are now represented by the by binary values. All right. So as I said, for the owner, we want to actually specify the following. So again, we can say chmod, and for the owner, we need to specify we want to get rid of the write and executable permissions. So we only have the write permission, which again, as we said, is going to have a value of 4. All right, so we start off with the value of 4. So we're going to say chmod 4. And then for the other files, also for the group and for the other users on the system, we want to use the same permission. So we're going to say chmod 444, and then we specify the file name, test.sh, and we hit enter. And now if we list the files in here, you can see that now the file only has read permissions. for the owner, the group, and other users on the system. All right, so that's how to set it. Now, if I wanted to give the owner of the file read, write, and execute permissions, we would need to add these binary values together. All right, so read is going to be equal to 4. All right, write is going to be equal to 2, and execute is going to be equal to 1. All right, so 2 plus 4 is going to be 6. 6 plus 1 is going to be 7. So we say chmod 7, that is for the user permissions or the owner permissions. So read, write, and execute. Let's say for the group and the other users on the system, we want to give them only read permissions, which again is denoted by 4. So that's 4 read permissions for the group, and for other users on the system, the same thing. And then we type in the name of the file. All right, and I'm going to hit enter, and we can now display this, and immediately you can see we now have read, write, and executable permissions for the owner. For the group, we only have read permissions, and for other users on the system, we only have read permissions. All right, so that's very easy to understand. Now, if it is complex, I will leave a resource in the description section that has a table of all of these permissions, but the math is very simple, right? So again, we're simply adding 4 plus 2 plus 1, and that is for all permissions. So this is write, so again, this is this is read, write, and this is execute. So 4 plus 2 plus 1 is going to be 7. If I only want read permissions, it's going to be 4. If I only want read and write permissions, it's going to be 6. So again, that would be 7, 6, 6. Or if I only wanted read and execute permissions, that would be, so for example, if we wanted for the user or the owner, read, write, and execute permissions, that would be 7. And then for the group and for all other users, we only wanted read and execute permissions, that would be 7, 5, 5. All right, so it's very easy to set permissions this way. And again, you're always setting explicitly for the user, for the owner, the user, the group, and then all other users on the system. So that's something you need to take into consideration. All right, so now let's move on to actually changing directory permissions. All right, so if I list all the files here, again, you can use the symbolic mode or the octal mode, whatever is comfortable with you. We have the test directory that we created. So again, if we wanted to provide it with all permissions, you can see that it has read, write permissions for the current user, and for the group and the other users, it only has read permissions. So again, we can say chmod user. If we use the symbolic mode, we can say user, user group, and other. That's going to be equal to read, write, and execute. And then we say test, the name of the directory, and we hit enter. And now if we list all the files in here, you can see that the permissions have been set. And then again, if we wanted to go back, I can say chmod, and let's say we only wanted the file to be we only wanted the user to be able to read and write to this particular directory. Then we would say this is going to be equal to 4 plus 2 is going to be 6, 4, 4, and then we say test, and we hit enter. We hit again, we can just confirm the permissions have been changed, and there you are. So that's how to set permissions on a directory. However, if there are other directories and files within this directory, then we need to set these permissions. We can set them recursively. And to do this, we can then type in chmod, and if we use the R command, the capital R command, that means recursive permissions. So again, we can then say, before we do that, let's actually move this file, the test file, the test.sh file, into the test directory. And you can see it tells us that we do not have adequate permissions, and that's because, again, if we list all the permissions here for the directory, if we say, for example, for this particular file, let's say we want to say chmod 755 test.sh, and now we say move test.sh into the test directory, and we hit enter. That is telling us that we cannot move it. That's primarily because of the permissions for the directory. So we can say chmod 755 test, and we hit enter, and then we can say move, we can then say test.sh into the test folder here, and we hit enter, and now we can move it. All right, so that proves again the importance of permissions and understanding them. So now if we check the directory test, the files within the directory test, we have the test.sh file. So now if we wanted to actually provide this directory and all the files within it, files and directories within it recursively with all permissions, I could say chmod 777, and that gives it read, write, and executable permissions for the owner, the group, and all other users on the system. So again, I would say chmod recursively 777, and I'm using the octal mode, as you would have guessed. And then we specify the directory, and I hit enter. And now if we list all the directory itself, you can see it has all permissions. If we list all the files within the test directory, if we list the permissions here, you can see that the test.sh file now has also those permissions, and they have been applied recursively. So if I had any other files or directories within this directory, they would have been applied as well. All right, so now that we have actually taken a look at file ownership, file permissions, let's take a look at file ownership. In this video, we're going to be talking about file ownership, which is a fairly simple topic to understand. And again, in the previous video, we used the chmod operator or the chmod tool. And in this video, we're going to be using the chown tool again, which is quite self-explanatory. It allows us to change the ownership of files and directories, which is quite important. All right, so as we did in the previous video, you can see that we were able to change the permissions for the test directory and the test files within it, and I've just changed them back to some pretty standard permissions here. And again, we also had the test.sh file within the test directory. So let's talk about ownership. So as I mentioned, the current owner of this file right over here is Alexis, and this is denoted right over here. So the ownership information and the group ownership information, if there is any. Now, as I said, we haven't talked about adding users and groups, which is fairly simple. We haven't talked about setting particular permissions for users within the sudo file, but that's something we'll get to later. So if we wanted to change the ownership of this file to let's say the root user, I can do that very, very easily. So again, I can say, let me just go into the root user here, and now I'm currently logged in as the root user. So if I wanted to change the ownership, and I'll go into the test directory, if I wanted to change the ownership of the test.sh file, what I can do now is I can say chown, and again, you can use the whatis tool or the whatis utility to actually give you some more information about the chown tool. So again, it tells you, this allows you to change your file owner and group, and of course change the ownership of a file. All right, so now if I wanted to change the ownership of the test.sh file from Alexis to the root user, I can do this very, very easily. So I can say chown, and then I specify the user I want to actually change the ownership to, in this case to the root user. And then I would specify the file name, which is going to be test.sh, and I hit enter. And now if I list all the files here, you can see that the owner of the file has been changed to root. However, the group of this file is still Alexis. All right, so that's something that we also have to change. To change the group owner here, it's very simple. We use the change group command, which again is denoted by change grp, so chgrp, and again we can use the whatis tool, change grp, hit enter, and this allows you to change group ownership. So let's say we want to change the group ownership to root as well, or to the root group. If we type in groups and we say root, again that tells us what group the root user belongs to, and as you can see, it belongs to the root to the root group. And again, we can say groups Alexis, and you can see these are the groups that the user Alexis belongs to. It belongs to the group Alexis, ADM, CD-ROM, sudo, etc., etc. All right. So let's say I wanted to change the group of this file. So change group, and then I say change it to the group root, and I want you to change the file test.sh. And now if we list the permissions here, or the ownership, sorry, we can see now that the owner of the file is the root user, and the group ownership of this file belongs to the group, to the root group right over here. All right, so that is how to use the chown and the group or the change group command to change the ownership of a file. Now again, we haven't experimented with users yet, and that's something we'll be touching upon quite soon, so we'll be explaining this as we move along. In this video, we're going to be talking about how to use the grep tool in regards to looking for data or information in files. All right, so this is one of the most important Linux utilities or tools that you can learn how to use, and it will really improve your efficiency when dealing with data and working in the terminal. Okay, so let's actually get started with understanding what it is and what it does. All right, so the first thing we can do is we can just use the what is command to give us a bit of a context or information in regards to what this tool is and what it does. So again, it tells you this prints lines matching a particular pattern. And again, if you're interested in learning more about the tool, you can always use the manual pages or go through the manual pages for the particular tool. So there you are, it gives you information in regards to how to use it. The purpose of this video is to show you how to use it in the most efficient way, or in a way to therefore increase your understanding on how to use the tool and how to make you efficient with using it. All right, so before we actually take a look at a concrete example of how to use grep, we must understand two things. All right, the first thing you need to understand is there are two ways of using grep. The first way is by using grep on its own. All right, so again, we can just type in grep here. And the other way of using grep is by actually piping the output of another command into grep and then finding what you're looking for. All right, so you might be a little bit confused, but let me explain what it does in a very simple way. So grep is a tool that allows you to find strings or patterns in files. All right, so that means you can search or specify for the data or the strings you're looking for in a particular file. All right, so let's take a look at a concrete example. We're going to be looking for a word within the proxychains.configuration file. Now, if you're not familiar with what proxychains is, you can check out my proxychains video where I show you how to set it up and install it. But again, it really doesn't matter because you can follow up with any other files you're working with. All right, so let's say I wanted to find the word dynamic within the file, the proxychains configuration file. Let's take a look at how to use it using the first method, which is using grep on its own without piping the output of another command. So we can say grep, and then the command we want to specify after, or the parameter, or the variable rather, is the data we're looking for. So again, you want to encapsulate this within double quotation marks. So again, if it's a word, we can type in dynamic. Now the thing you must ensure is that this search will be case sensitive, and I'll show you how to omit the case sensitive searches. So let's say we're looking for the word dynamic, and then we specify the location of the file we want to search for this particular word in. So again, proxychains.conf, and again we can use the double tab here like so, and we hit enter, and again that displays the word dynamic chain to us. Again, that's the word that it was able to find within the entire file. However, as I said, this particular search is going to be case sensitive. Now, if we want to omit the case sensitive search, we can use the I parameter or the I argument here. So once we hit I, that means that it will search for all files or for all words within this particular file called a dynamic. All right, so once we hit enter, you can see now it gives us two lines in the files. They are both different in the fact that the first one is in lowercase and the second one starts with an uppercase D. All right, so again, it's a very simple tool to use, and again, you can now see how efficient and how great it is at finding bits of information within files. So again, we can say, let's say we want to look for particular users within the password file. So I can say grep, and I can say, let's say we're looking for the user Alexis in the password file, and then I say etc password, and we hit enter, and there we are. It displays the user account information for the user Alexis. All right, so that's very simply how to use it. Now let's take a look at the second method or way of using grep, and that's by piping the output of one command into grep, and then of course finding the data you're looking for that way. And the way to do this is by using the pipe symbol or the pipe key on your keyboard. Now you can find this key on the extreme right of your keyboard just before your numpad if you do have one. All right, so the way we use it is, let's say we wanted to cat the contents of the password file. So let's say we wanted to say cat etc password, and we say we want to look for a particular string within this file. And to do this with grep, we now enter the pipe symbol, which means we are redirecting the output of this initial command, and we are now passing it on to grep. So now grep can do something with this output. So we say grep, I want you to look for the word dynamic. All right, and we hit enter, and there you are. So again, it does not give us any options here, and that's because I did not specify user here. So again, say Alexis, and again that gives us the user the user account information for the user Alexis. And again, we can just change it to the proxychains.configuration file here, and we hit enter, and we change this to dynamic, sorry, like so, and it gives us the data. Now, a lot of people have been asking me since I covered redirecting output. As I mentioned, there are two ways of redirecting output. The pipe key or the pipe command is used to redirect output and further process the data that you're outputting. The difference between the pipe command or redirecting output with pipe and the greater than symbol is the greater than symbol will not display the information onto your terminal. It will actually just output everything or redirect all the output of the command that you've used into a file or even another command. So again, if I say cat etc password and I used this, I wanted to redirect the output into a txt file. I can say desktop, I can say test.txt, and I hit enter. And now if I actually cat the file on my desktop, sorry, I believe I'm in my home directory here, and I say test.txt, I hit enter, it actually has the content of the file. So again, that's the difference when I'm actually talking about redirecting output with both the pipe and the greater than sign, which is very different. So again, the pipe symbol is the preferred way of using or actually passing the output of one command and processing it with another command, like grep. And you can use it with other utilities that will actually show you how to use further along the series here. So you can use this with any other command that displays output onto the screen. So I'm just going to use one more command just to show you how efficient this is. So let's say I type in ifconfig and I just want my inet information. I can pipe the output of the ifconfig command, and I can say inet, and I can just say grep inet here, and I hit enter, and it gives me my inet information, whether that be IPv4 or IPv6. All right, so you can now see how useful this is, and I want you guys to experiment with this. Let me know what you think where you're not understanding how to use it, and I'll be sure to make up full follow-up videos if you guys are interested in it. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to use the locate utility to find files. Now, I'll be also making another video after this to show you how to use the find tool to actually find files as well. So there are two utilities that you can use. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to use the locate tool. It's a tool that goes ignored by many beginners or newcomers, mostly because of its relative simplicity, but it's a very efficient tool and does what it's supposed to do. So again, we can use the what is utility here to tell us more about what this tool is. So again, we can just say what is locate. And as you can see, it tells us it finds files by their name, which is very simple. And again, you can use the manual page. You can use the manual for this particular tool to learn how to use it. So I'm just going to be covering just enough to make you efficient with the tool and make you understand how it works and how you can use it in conjunction with grep. All right, so let's actually get started with a very simple example, right? So let's say I wanted to locate a file on the system, right? And I wanted to locate the password file. So I can say locate password, and I hit enter, and you can see it's given me a lot of information here, a lot of files called password on my system. Right now, this is really not efficient because again, I'm looking for a particular file that I'm looking for, which actually exists in the etc file, and we can see the result. Well, that's not actually the result here. This is the result right at the top here. All right. However, this really is not efficient or an efficient way of going about it. Right. So this is where we can now specify the options that we can use. With a tool like locate. So let's say we wanted to get only the files that match this particular pattern or these particular strings here, so the password string. So to do this, we type a, or we can use the all parameter or option here, and once we hit enter, again, that gives us the same information. So what that means is it's actually displaying all the files on the system that actually match the patterns of password here. And because this file really doesn't have any extension, we now have to deal with the actual path, or the path that we might want to be finding this file in. Now, of course, that is counterintuitive, given that I can say that this belongs in the etc directory, and again, that now it now actually narrows down the files into what they may be. So again, that's the actual file where we were looking for, but you can see how tedious this is. So we can actually shorten this now by actually using the grep tool, which I actually showed you how to use, and it's very, very simple. So again, we're simply going to use grep to look for particular information related to the to the information that is given to us by locate. So we can now say locate, and then we say we're looking for password, and we close that, and now we pipe the output, and we say grep, let's look for password within etc within the etc directory. So again, we can now say etc here, etc, and we say password, or we can just say the etc directory here, and then we can hit close, and you can see it gives us the results we're looking for, and it highlights them in red, or depending on the color scheme you're using in your terminal. So again, we can improve the efficiency of this by typing in etc password, and we hit enter. So this is a file without a particular extension, which makes it relatively difficult to actually find, but you can find it relatively easily if you use grep here. So let's actually talk about another file that has an extension that we can use to explain this here. All right, so let's say we are working with the resolve file, or the resolve configuration file, which is used to modify your name servers, which is available on all Linux systems. What we can say is we can say locate resolve, and resolve, and we hit enter. And again, tons of files, but now we know that this file has an extension, so we can say locate resolve.conf, and we hit enter. And again, it still gives us a lot of files, but we're looking for the one that belongs in that exists in the etc folder again. So what we can do now is we can say locate, and we want to actually we can use the all parameter here, and then we say we're looking for all files with an extension, or we're looking for a file with an extension of conf or config here. So we'll use the wildcard option to mean that we are looking for all files with this particular extension. So we say all, and then we say conf, and we close these quotation marks, and now we pipe the output into grep here. And now with grep, we can then say we are looking for resolve here, and we hit, we're looking for resolve, and we hit enter, and now it gives us the information we're looking for, and the first option here. So again, that's with the actual extension of conf here. So again, we're limiting the results to only the files that have an extension of conf here, or configuration, and then we can use grep to find the particular string that is most important to us. So let me give you another example, because this seems very simple. So let's say we're looking for the Proxychains file, right? So we can say Proxychains and hit enter, and there you are. You can see immediately now, because that is a unique string, it gives us the results immediately with the extension here, and that's because we specified it. So again, we can just say locate Proxychains, and we hit enter, and there's a ton of files. Now, another thing you might find useful is actually displaying how many results matching the particular pattern you've specified exist. So let's say I want to say locate, I can say all. That means all the matching patterns here. So we say all, and then we can use the C argument here, which specifies or prints the number of matching results. And then we say we specify the string we're looking for, or we can just say we're looking for Proxychains, and we enter, and it tells us here that we have 25 files or results that actually have the matching patterns here. Now, if we limit it to conf and we hit enter, now you can see we only have 2. So that's essentially how to use this tool in regards to displaying the amount of matching patterns you have, and if you wanted to locate. So if we get rid of this here and let's hit enter, you can now see the results that it tells us here. So we have the one in the etc folder and one in the Debian package management folder in regards to its actual configuration there. So that's how to use the locate tool. Now again, let me just cover one more additional parameter you can use. and that is the I parameter, which again is very important, and that means that you want to ignore case. That's something I should have mentioned earlier. All searches with locate are typically going to be case sensitive. So again, I can say proxy chains and I hit enter, and we have no results, right? So if I wanted to ignore the case sensitivity of what I've just hit, of the pattern I've just entered, I can just hit I and I hit enter, and again we get the same results. And I can now limit this to proxychains.conf, and there you are. And again, I can partner these, or I can actually combine these commands with each other to give us the information we're looking for. So again, a very simple tool to use, but again, it gives you very consistent results. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to enumerate system information on Linux. Now, you might be wondering, well, what exactly do you mean here? Well, I'm simply referring to important information about your system and the user you're currently logged in as. Just information that you might need when you're currently logged onto a system and you might want to know more about what you're dealing with. All right, so let's get started. Now, the first thing we need to do is we need to find out what user we're currently logged in as, and the host name and the user ID, etc, etc. All right, so let's get started with that. So the first thing I want to know when I'm logged in is who am I exactly, and that tells me the current user that I'm logged in as. And then if I type in host name, that again gives me the current host name of this workstation or of this computer. In my case, it tells me I'm running, the host name is Alexis workstation. Now, if you do want to change your host name, you can do so by modifying the host name file. I believe that's what it's called. There we are, and you can see that mine is set to Alexis workstation, or WS, which is an abbreviation of workstation. So you can change this, and in my case, I don't want to do this, so I'm just going to exit out of here. So that is how to find out the current user you're logged in as and the host name. Now, if you want to find the user ID that you're currently logged in as, you can simply type in ID. That gives you the current user ID, and again, of course, the user. You then have the group ID, which is quite important, and the other groups that this user is currently a part of. Now, in regards to groups and the groups that a particular user may be part of, the way to enumerate this information is by typing in groups and then the name of the user. So we can type in groups Alexis, and once we hit enter, again, it tells us the user Alexis is a part of this group, so it's a part of the group Alexis, sudo, among the other ones here that are essentially system accounts here, that or system groups that really have to do with just permissions to a particular service. So that is basic user enumeration. Now let's talk about a little bit about the system and enumerating information like your Linux distribution, the version, stuff like that. So I'm currently using a Debian system, or I'm using Ubuntu. So again, it's based on Debian. So the practices are, or the techniques and the commands are quite similar on both ends. Now, in dealing with systemd based distributions, and of course Red Hat based distributions, the process is going to be slightly different, and I'll explain why and how. So on Linux, if you on Debian or on Ubuntu, if you want to enumerate your Linux if you want to enumerate your Linux distribution version and the name, you simply type in lsb release a, and of course lsb is a utility, and you may not have it installed, but again, it comes with Debian and Ubuntu by default. So again, that tells us the distributor ID, the description, again Ubuntu 18.04.3 LTS, the release name, the release version, and the code name here, which in this case is Bionic Beaver. So again, you can also use check the contents of the issue file. So if we type in cat etc issue, you can see it tells us the same thing here. So that is for Debian-based distributions. Now, when dealing with systemd distributions like CentOS, Arch, Red Hat, also Debian to some extent, you can also take a look at the content within the OS release file, which will also enumerate on Debian as well, but I just wanted to explain that so you guys don't get confused. All right, so what you can do is just simply type in cat etc OS release, and again, that gives us the information that we were looking for. Now on Ubuntu, And on Debian, if I hit enter, it tells us nothing there. If I then use the star or the wildcard, we hit enter, that gives us the Linux distribution information and a bit more information regarding the privacy policy, support URL, stuff like that. And now that's now that we've also covered the systemd based distributions, let's talk about dealing with Red Hat. Now in Red Hat, if you want to take a look at the Red Hat release version, you can, I believe you can find it if I type in cat etc and then you type in Red Hat release. Now I'm currently not using a Red Hat based distribution, so that would pretty much give you the Red Hat release version. So that's basically enumerating your distribution name, your distribution version and name. If you are using, you know, some of these distributions based on Debian or the systemd based distributions like Arch, CentOS or Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So again, let's talk about you know, enumerating information about your processor or your CPU. So you can easily do this by typing in ls CPU and we can hit enter, and again that enumerates information about your CPU. So it gives you information like your architecture and the instruction set, the amount of cores, the threads per core, the cores per socket, the sockets, vendor ID, CPU family, the model name. In this case, it's an i5-8400. The stepping, the frequency here in megahertz, so max and minimum as well. So 4 gigahertz and the minimum of 800 megahertz. Virtualization, and then the L1, L2, and L3 cache, and so information about your CPU. Alright, so now that we've taken a look at enumerating CPU information, let's take a look at enumerating kernel information, which is done using the uname, command or utility, which essentially stands for Unix name. So again, if we just type in what is uname here, and you can see it prints system information and gets the name and information about the current kernel. So using it is very, very simple. So if we type in uname, that displays all the information. So again, it gives you information about like your host name, the current Linux kernel that's installed and currently running, and then you have the instruction set here. I'm going over the important information. So again, we can actually take a look at the various options that are available here. So again, we can say if we want the kernel, version here, we can type in, we can say uname s, and that tells us the kernel that we're currently running, which is a Linux kernel. The version here can be printed out by typing uname. I believe it's uname r. That's the kernel release. So in our case, it's version 4.15. Which I believe is stable. I'm not too sure. And then if you want, again, if you want the information about the instruction set for your processor, you can type in uname p. Again, that gives you the instruction set. In our case, it's x86-64. And then if we want the hardware platform, we can type in uname I. So we can say uname I. The hardware platform, again, that's the information in regards to the architecture, and then the operating system. We can say uname O and hit enter GNU Linux. So again, just basic information regarding your system, but the key bits of the important pieces of information here are your kernel and the instruction set, of course. So that's essentially all the information that you might want to enumerate regarding your system, or you might be interested in. Now, dealing with disk usage and disk usage, disk space, I'll be making a separate video on that, so you guys can stay tuned for that. But in regards to your system, these are all the commands that you can use to find information about the current user that's logged in. So again, if I type in who, again, that tells me the current users that are logged in. In my case, it's the only user is Alexis, so that's just an additional tidbit. So again, we've covered the user ID, the group ID, and we've also covered enumerating distribution information and the kernel information. So In this video, we're going to be covering how to use the find tool, and we'll also be taking a look at some challenges on OverTheWire Bandit, more related to what we're taking a look at in this video, which is how to correctly utilize the find command to look for files or directories within your system. So an extremely, very useful tool that will really help you save time when looking for particular files, and I'll be showing you how to use it right now most efficiently. So again, we can use the what is utility to find out more information about the tool. So again, it tells you this tool allows you to search for files and in a directory hierarchy. You can also check out the man pages for this particular tool, and again, you can go through all of this if you want to. I'm going to be covering all the information that is necessary or that will make you the most efficient with this tool. Alright, so let's get started. Let's stop wasting time. So using the tool is very simple. We say find, and then after saying find, we need to specify the directory we want to search in. So again, we can specify the current directory that we are currently in by using the full stop or the dot, or we can specify the entire Linux file system directory, which is done by using a / like so, as you would when navigating directories. Or I can specify an individual directory that I want to search in. So I can say home Alexis, which is pretty much the directory we're working in. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to search the entire Linux file system directory, which if you're going to do, you do require root or sudo privileges. Otherwise, you'll not be able to access files and directories that you do not have adequate permissions to access. So I will also add the sudo command here. So again, we're going to find files within the Linux file system directory. We then specify the other bit of information that will help us fine tune our results, which is of course going to be the type that we're dealing with. So the type in regards to the find command is very simple. It simply refers to what you're dealing with. So are you looking for a file or a directory? And that can be denoted by either using F for file or D for directory. In our case, we're looking for a file, so we're just going to hit file. Alright, so very simple. Next, we specify the other variable that again will help us fine tune our search results and is very important, which is the name. So what is the name of the file you're looking for? So I can say Proxychains, and I know I'm using the same example, but again, I'll show you how robust this is in a second. So I can say proxychains.conf, and after this, I can pretty much hit enter. Now, the important thing to note here is that I can use the grep command in conjunction with find to pipe output and specify configuration files by themselves, similar to what we looked at when we were taking a look at the locate tool. So I can just hit enter, and you can see we found the configuration file, and we didn't have adequate permission for some files, which is perfectly fine. So that's how to use the find tool, and I've shown you the various parameters you can use. So you can specify the type, the name, which I'll show you how robust it can be in a second. So let's take a look at the same example. So I'm just going to say find, and we can just say sudo. We can say sudo find, and we say the type is going to be a file, which you can also change to directory if you are looking for a directory. So for example, I can say directory, and then I can say name, and the name is going to be Alexis. Look for the directory Alexis, and I hit enter, and the UI tells us, oh, we have various directories here. So we can see we have the home directory here and a few other files here that have actually popped up from my external hard drive, which I don't think are that important. But there you go. That just shows you how robust this tool is in regards to looking for particular files. So you can change that up. So let's go back to our previous example. So I'm just going to say the name is going to be Proxychains. Now I'd mentioned in the previous video the case sensitivity, which is quite important. So if you are performing a search in which you do not want any case sensitivity, you use the iname command instead of the name command, and then after this you can say, I can say Alexis, for example, and of course it will ignore all the cases here. So I can combine it with whatever up and lowercase characters I want, and I'll still get the same results. And I can just hit enter, and this time again it gave us the same results, but it gave us different results because we are looking for a file. So if we change this into a directory here, you can see that it's going to give us the same results that we had in the initial run when we were looking for directories called Alexis. So that's how robust this tool is. So I talked about using extensions, which is again very simple. So let's say we are looking for extensions, and we're looking for all conf files which belong in the etc directory. So I'm just going to say etc, and we've narrowed it down. We can say name is going to be, I can say we can just say conf, and we'll use the wildcard. So I say conf, we'll just use the same configuration file extension, and then I can say grep, and then I specify the name of the file, right? So, I can hit enter, and this is going to display all the configuration files within the etc directory. But again, I have to specify the file specification here, and I'm going to enter. And there you are. So it gives you all the configuration files. So a very simple tool to use. Now let's talk about the other variables that you can use to specify that will help you fine tune your search results. And that is by specifying the size of the file and the permissions. All right. So again, we can just use a simple example. I'm just going to say find, and I'm going to say, we'll say type, and that's going to be, you don't really need to specify the type if you don't want to. It's just there to help you fine tune your results. So I can perfectly ignore it if I know what I'm looking for precisely. I can then say, name, and the name is going to be Proxychains. I can say proxychains.conf, I have the whole name. And then I can say size. I'm looking for a file with a particular size. So I can then use the various options I have. So I can say it's going to be +1 megabyte, which can be done like so, or I can say plus 100 megabytes, whatever I want to say. So in this case, let me just say +1 megabytes and hit enter. And well, we're getting various permission errors here, and that's because we'll just say etc, hit enter, and we'll say sudo, and there we are, and we got no results at all. I just wanted to actually provide it with the adequate permissions so that I can show you that if we use if we use parameters like the size and we specify it down to the actual size of the file, we can sort of fine tune our results very to a very deep granular level. So if I just let's say etc, and I can then grep proxychains.conf, and I hit enter here, you can take a look at let me just change this to human readable format. So you can say it's about 4 kilobytes here, and we can then you can specify the size depending on how you want it, and I'll get back to this when we'll be taking a look at the over-the-wire Bandit challenges, because that's where I really want to showcase the power of the find tool. Let's talk about permissions before we actually get started with the over-the-wire Bandit challenges. And permissions are very simple to actually specify here. I'm going to be covering users and groups when we'll be taking a look at that example, but let's talk about permissions first. So permissions allow you to find, again, files that have particular permissions. Very straightforward here. So I can say let's say I create a file, go into my desktop here, and I'll say touch alexis.sh, just a simple shell script or a bash script here. Hit enter, and I say chmod 400 alexis.sh, and I hit enter, and then I say find within the home directory. I can then say let's say we're looking for a file. Type is going to be a file. We don't have a name, but we have permission, so I can say perm. Let's look for files with the permission of 400, which means that the owner or the user can read the file, but the group and all other users on the system are not able to access it. So again, that should give us a few results, but we don't have adequate permissions for the other files. So you can see we get the result right over here. So you can use permissions to help fine-tune your search results and get the exact results you're looking for. We can also specify 744. We hit enter, and it looks like we had a few files with those particular permissions, but nothing, no important files that we that don't have the correct permission. So you can see that this can help you find files on your system that have incorrect permissions, and then you can rectify them, like so, instead of going manually and checking for their permission. So very useful tool. Now that we've taken a look at how to use the tool, let's take a look at how to implement it in some challenges, and that's what we're going to do in the next step, which is the over-the-wire challenges. So you can follow along if you want to, and I'll see you there. All right, so we are back on over-the-wire, and I'm currently on the Bandit web page here, and you can get access to this challenge by following the instructions on level 0. The levels we're interested in are going to be levels 4, 5. Or level 4 to level 4 to level 6. So again, we'll just go to level 4 here, and I currently have access and I've solved the challenges all up till level 4, so we can get started. All right, so you can see that level 4 pertains actually finding a file. So you can see the password for the next file or for the next level is stored in the only human readable file in the in here directory. Tip, if your terminal is messed up, you can try the reset command, and again it gives you the various commands that you can use to solve this level. So again, let's go back into our terminal. As you can see, I'm currently on Bandit 4, and we can list the files within this home directory, and you can see we have an in here directory. So let's let's go in here and let's see what's going on. So if we list the files here, you can see we have various files, and if I try catting one of these files, you can see that sorry, let's specify that hyphen there. Let's say file 00. We can hit enter, and you can see it has various pieces of data, and of course our job is to look for files within this in here directory that have human readable data. So again, what we can do is we can use the find command here to actually find the various files that have human readable data. So I can say in this current directory, and we are looking for we can actually just say find, and then in this directory we're looking for the type. It's going to be a type of file here, and then we can grep the output, or we can pipe the output, sorry, and then we can use the xargs command here to look for I believe it's if we just expand this, let's take a look at how to use xargs one more time. We want it to display the file read items from a file instead of standard input. Yeah, this if we type in file, that should tell us the files that we're dealing with. All right, and this will help shorten the process. So let's go back in here. So we say file and hit enter, and as you can see, it tells us that in file 07 we have some ASCII text. However, in all the other files we have data. So again, we can access this file now. We can just cat the contents of this file, and we should get the password to the next level. All right, excellent. So we can copy this. Let me exit, and we'll go to Bandit level 5 here, and we'll hit enter. We'll just paste in the password, and we can get started now. All right, so let's take a look at what a challenge or level 5 pertains. So again, it says the password for the next level is stored in a file somewhere under the in here directory and has all of the following properties. It's human readable. Okay, all right, it's going to be a human readable file, 1033 bytes in size, and is not executable. All right, so that's an option. These are all these are all parameters that we'll have to specify to some extent. So let's actually get started. So these are going to be in the in here directory. So I'll just go into the in here directory, and you can see we have other directories within this. So we're going to just say find, and we're going to say type is going to be a file. We were told that we have it's going to be human readable, so we can use xargs there. Size, I showed you how to specify size. Now the thing about specifying size in bytes is, if we just take a look at the find tool, and we just grep for size, you can see that it tells us the size does not count indirect blocks, etc. So size 1 megabyte is not equivalent to size. So if you're specifying it in bytes, you need to specify the actual number and then the C here. All right, so that's what we have to do. So we just go back in here, and we go to type a file, and then we say size is going to be 1033C, and then after this we're supposed to the file is not executable, so we can then use the logic operators here. So we're going to say not executable, and executable is another parameter you can specify, and then we can use xargs here, and we're going to say file and hit enter, and you can see it tells us that maybe here 07 and file 2 has some ASCII text with very long lines. All right, so let's cat the content of this file, and just get enter. We're just going to hit enter here, and we have the password. So let's exit and go on to the final level in this particular video. So I'm going to go into level 6, hit enter, and I'm going to paste the password in here, and we can now take a look at what level 6 pertains. So level 6, the password for the next level is stored somewhere on the server and has all of the following properties. So yeah, this is now where we have the user and group specifications, which is really simple. So again, we're told to look for a file on the entire server owned, or the entire Linux file system that is owned by the user Bandit 7 and is owned by the group Bandit 6, and is 33 bytes in size. All right, so we can then say it's on the entire server. Do we have any files here? No, we don't. So we can say find, and we're looking for a user, which is going to be Bandit 7, and a group, which is again very easy to specify. Group is going to be Bandit 6. The particular file we're looking for is going to be 33 bytes, so 33C. I think that's pretty much it in regards to the options or the parameters that we were given. So let's actually see if we can find this file. I'm going to hit enter, and we get various permission denied errors here, and it looks like we get a password file here. So that's under the var folder or the var directory, and it's a Bandit 7 password. So let's copy the directory to that, and the actual file path, the relative file path, and cat the contents of that, and we get the password to the next level. And I'm just going to hit exit, and we can move on to Bandit level 7, which is now is going to pertain to another challenge, which is out of the scope of this video. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about shells. Now, this might be a little bit confusing for you if you're a beginner to Linux, but the only thing you need to understand is that there are various types of shells you can use on Linux. Now, if you're using Ubuntu or Debian, the default shell that you'll be given is going to be called the bash shell. All right, and again, I can confirm this by echoing my variable, my shell variable here. So I can say echo shell, and again, it tells you the current shell that I'm using, which is bash. Now, bash is an acronym for the born again shell. So that means that there was a born shell, and you're familiar with it, and that is the SH or the SH shell. So all of these shells can be used to actually work with the Linux system. That's entirely up to you. My objective in this video is to explain how to change your default shell and how to work with the bash shell. All right, now on Linux, if you want to actually display all the shells that you currently have that can be used, you can essentially just read the contents of the shells file in the etc directory, and I can hit enter. And you can see it's going to tell me it's going to tell you the valid login shells you have. So we have the born shell, which is the SH. We have the born again shell, which is bash, which is the preferred shell to use. You then have rbash and dash, which is pretty good, and then you have fish. Now I just installed fish, and again, many of you have been asking me to cover this. I'll explain it after I've actually explained bash and how to use it, how to customize it and stuff like that. So for the purpose of this video, I'm going to be using bash, and I'll later on cover the other shells that you can use, and using fish. So the first thing is how to switch from shell to shell within a given terminal instance. So I'm currently using the bash shell. If I wanted to switch into the born shell, I can just hit sh and I hit enter. And you can see I'm now in the born shell, and again, all the Linux commands work perfectly fine. I can hit all the various Linux commands that I could run, so I can list all the files in here, etc, etc. You get the idea, right? So I can then say cat etc shells, and again, we can take a look at the shells we have. I can now go back into bash. I can go into dash if I want to, and again, that takes me into dash. You can say echo, and we can again confirm this, and hit enter. And it tells us we're still in bin bash. That is because we're currently within this instance. But if I changed it as my default login shell, which I'll show you in a second how to do. So let me just go back into bash, and we will actually, let me just clear this out. So there we are. All right. So you can see how easy it is to switch between shells in a particular terminal instance. Now, by default, as a user account on a Linux system, you will be specified a particular shell to use, and that can be found in the password file. So if I hit enter, so let me just grep it and display my account, you can see that the shell is specified here, and I'll explain this when talking about users and groups. You can see that the default login shell that I have been specified to use is the bash shell, which is perfectly fine. Now, the great thing about Linux is when creating the user, you can specify the shell that they're going to use. However, you can also change the shell of the user, or the user can change the shell that they want to use when they log in or every time they log in. And the way we do that is by using the change shell command, or the change shell utility, which is defined by chsh, or that's an actual abbreviation of the command. So I can type in what is chsh, and I'm going to hit enter, and you can see it tells you this allows you to change the login shell. All right, so if I want to change the default login shell, all I need to do is, let me first display the shells that I have here one more time. All I need to specify is their relative path. All right, so if I say ch sh, it's going to ask me for the password of my user here. I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to say changing the login shell for the user Lexis. Enter new value or press enter for the default. The default login shell for me is bash. So if I wanted to change it to fish, for example, I would say user bin, and I say fish, and I'm going to hit enter, and that changes it for me. All right, so what this means in essence, if I type in cat etc password here, what this means, let me just display the results here. You can see that it changes the default login shell. So this means that when I log out and I log back in, what's going to happen is that I'm going to be given the fish shell as my default shell instead of bash. So if you're wondering what the fish shell is, you can install it very easily by typing sudo apt install or apt-get install, whatever you find is useful for you. Just hit enter, and I already have it installed. So that's how to install it. So what is fish? Fish is a friendly interactive shell. It's a great shell for beginners, extremely customizable, and you can see once I typed in fish, it allowed me to log in. The great thing about fish is it allows me to actually gives me predictions in regards to the commands that I might be interested in running. We'll get to this in a second. Let me go into bash. All right, so that is how to change your default login shell. All right, so again, right now I'm currently set to use fish as the default shell when I log in every time. But let's talk about bash, because that's the primary goal of this video, because it's the most used shell and the one you'll be coming across mostly. So in my current home directory, so in the user Lexis directory here, I have various bash files, bash configuration files within this directory. So I'm just going to grep them, and I'll say bash, and of course they're going to be hidden. So I'm just going to hit enter, and as you can see, I have a bash aliases file, which you're not going to have by default. I created this, and I created it to prove a point and to actually demonstrate an example here. We then have the bash history file, which has all your history of all your commands, and this is very different to your actual GNU history utility. You have bash logout and bash rc. Bash rc is your bash configuration file. I'm not going to cover how to configure it. It's extremely straightforward, and you can pretty much configure it directly by using the preferences tab right over here. But we can take a look at it. I just want to show you how it is. So if we take a look at it here through Vim, you can see that it essentially allows you to configure set variables, change the color, change the size of the history file. Let's see what else you can actually do here. So there you can change the color. This is all to do with color, and you can do a lot of other stuff with in regards to customizing how it appears and how it works. So for example, if I wanted bash to actually run the fish shell instead of the bash shell every time I started bash up, I would type in fish right just at the bottom here, and let me save this file now. And if I open up a new terminal, you can see immediately it opens up the fish shell. So that's pretty cool, but this isn't the correct way of doing it or the preferred way of doing it. So I'll just get rid of this fish command here, and I'll save the changes here. All right, so now that we've talked about the bash rc file, let's talk about the bash history file, which is very important. All right, so by default in Linux, you have the history command, which again, let me just type it in. The history command is essentially the GNU history library. Now the history, this essentially allows you to actually check, it stores a history of all the commands you've run. You can clear your history very easily by typing in history C, right? And it's as simple as that. But it's not to be mistaken or confused with bash history, which is again is specific to the bash shell or the born again shell. So again, this file will contain a list of all the commands that I've run, and I'll show you how to clear it. So if I cat the contents of the file, you can see that it has all of these commands that I've been running so far, perfectly fine. If I wanted to clear it, it's very easy. I can just redirect the contents of the, so I can say dev null, and then I can redirect the output into the actual bash history file. Say bash history here, hit enter, clear this out. If I now try and catch the contents of the bash history file, you can see it has nothing. So I've been able to clear my bash history. I think I've covered this in one of the videos where I spoke about actually clearing your tracks on Linux. So this is a great way of doing that, and of course you can then use the history command if you want to do that. So that's to do with actually using the with actually working with the actual bash history here. Now let me talk about the bash aliases file. All right, so the aliases file is very simple. It allows you to specify aliases or command aliases that you would like to use. Now you can just create a file within your home directory and just name it bash aliases. So what I'll do is I'll actually just show you the contents of the file. So I can just show it to you right over here. So bash aliases, hit enter, and you can see I have two aliases. I have alias update, which runs the command sudo apt-get update, and then I have upgrade, which runs the command sudo apt-get upgrade. So it's fairly simple to understand what happens. So I can just type in update, and that'll update my packages, and then I can type in upgrade, and that'll upgrade my packages instead of typing the commands over and over again. So that is what the command aliases are and how to specify them. So again, it's very simple in regards to configuring it. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to enumerate information in regards to your current disk usage, and information, in regards to how much storage your system is consuming, how much you have left, the various disks attached to your system, etc., stuff like that. All right, so as I said in the previous videos, in regards to enumerating, information about your system, it's very important to know the state of your system, and that, could include the current RAM usage, what the temperature of your processes are, so again, it's very important to know as a system administrator or someone who is going to be, using Linux, more and more every day, how to enumerate information and useful information like your current disk usage and the various drives that you have installed on your system. So let's talk about disk usage first, which is quite important, right? Because when working with the terminal, you have no GUI programs that can actually visualize this for you. So it's very important that you understand how to do this. Extremely important. So the tool we're going to be using is a tool called DU, right? And again, it's fairly straightforward what that means. That means disk usage. So I can just say what is DU, and I can hit enter, and as you can see, it tells you this allows you to estimate file space usage, right? Now DU is a very simple tool to use, and you can take a look at the man pages in regards to how to use it. So let's actually just run a simple command within this current directory, and I'll show you what I mean. So if I hit DU, you can see that this is there's something weird happening here, right? So it's displaying a lot of files, and when I say that, it really is displaying all the sizes of all the files within this directory recursively. All right, now you might be saying, well, what does that mean exactly? Well, it means that it's actually showing you the size of all the files within a current working directory. All right, that's essentially what it means. Now, what current directory am I working in? I'm working in my home directory. So we need to make this a little bit more human readable. And the way we do this is by typing du, and then we specify some arguments. The first thing we want to do is we want to summarize all of these results into a format that we can understand, right? So instead of displaying recursively all the files, just show us the top level directories and the total sizes of those directories, and then we can go recursively within those particular directories if we wanted to. All right, so the S command is going to summarize everything up, and then we want to use the H command, the human readable format, within this current working directory, and I'm going to hit enter. And as you can see right over here, it gives you a beautiful list of all the directories you have in this particular directory. And on the left hand side, you have their sizes in human readable format, which means they have various units in megabytes and in gigabytes. And so far the only file that's crossed the threshold of 1 gigabyte is my VirtualBox folder. So again, you can use a tool like grep to if you're going through tons of files on a system. I'm just using simple examples here. So I can say grep, and I can say 1 gig, and we can hit enter, and again that can be used to enumerate all of these all of this type of information. Or I can just say G would be much better, and there you are. So again, that's how to use grep in conjunction with all of these commands. So that's how to use the disk usage tool. Now again, I can go onto my let me just go actually let's just go into the Linux file system itself and say sudo dush, and we'll run the same command, and again we can hit enter, and again that starts to enumerate the sizes of all of these directories. Now mind you, it has to go through all of these directories and the subdirectories directories recursively to get this size. So again, for some particular files you will not have the adequate permissions to actually access. So again, there you are, it gives you all the information you're looking for here, and we can grep it to, we're looking for the big G for a gigabyte. So the home directory has quite a few files, the media directory, the snap swap file, user var, etc, etc. So let's take a look at one command. I'll just go back into my home directory and I'll say man du, and we'll hit enter. Let's look for one more command, that yes, the C command, which will produce a grand total, which I wanted to explain. So I can say dush and I hit enter, and again that gives you a total of all of these files. It gives you a total of all of the files and directories in this current working directory. All right, so that's pretty much how to use the disk usage tool to analyze the current disk usage within a particular directory. Now let's talk about the df tool. So I can type in what is df and hit enter, and this is going to report file system disk space usage. So we were talking about disk usage in a particular directory, right? But now we want to know our disk usage in relation to the total amount available, right? So we want to know how much we've consumed in our current disk, where we have our home directory or just on all our drives, right? And to do this, we type in df. So again, we can just open up the man pages. So df, you can go through all the other arguments you want, and we'll just quit and we'll say df, for example. All right, so that displays a lot of information here that we really don't need. We are pretty much looking for our system disks only. And we can sort of narrow this down, first of all, by typing in, so we can say df h is going to be for human readable format. So again, we can say man df, and we say grep, we're looking for h, like so. And sorry, let me just, we're looking for h here. So again, h is for human readable format. All right, so we can then say df h, and we can pretty much hit enter. All right, and what this does now is it's going to display all of your drives for you here, and you then have the various. So, for example, storage device C is the current file, the current drive that I have my system installed on. So it gives you, it sorts it out into the file system size and a human readable format, so gigabyte, megabyte, etc. The amount used, the amount available, the usage percentage, and where it's mounted. So you can see that dev sd storage device C1 is mounted, is the actual Linux file system directory. I then have various other external drives. So let's say I just wanted to display the storage devices, right? So I can then utilize the grep tool. I can say grep sd, and I hit enter, and there we are. So it tells me, all right, so you have SDC1 and SDD1. So SDC1 has a total space of 117 gigabytes. And again, what we can do here is that's perfectly fine. So you have the current usage percentage, which is 16%, the mount point, and then for my external drive, you can see this is the total amount available, the amount used, the amount remaining, and the usage percentage, and where it's mounted on, which is the media, because it's an external drive. All right, so that is essentially how to use the df tool. Now we can specify additional options to actually only display results that we're looking for in regards to actually file system format. So if we're looking for ext4 ntfs, what we can do is we can say we can say tfht, right? So T will specify the file system for format. So again, we can say xt4 and we hit enter, and that's going to it's only going to display Linux file systems. And I'm going to enter, and you can see it tells us SDC1, and it gives us all the relevant information regarding the size used, data, the amount available, and the usage percentage, which is currently at 16%. So again, that is how to analyze your disks, your disk usage on Linux, and how to actually deduce how much disk space you're using, how much is left, the usage amount, where your various disks are mounted on, etc., etc. In this video, we're going to be talking about creating archives. So, creating tar files, tar.gzip files, and then extracting them. So just how to manage and maintain the various archives you will be creating. Now, there are many reasons to create archives on Linux. Of course, one of the reasons is it saves space. If you're taking backups of particular directories, it's great to have an automated script to actually automate the process of archiving the files. That's something that you can take a look at with my shell scripting series. The link to that will be in the description section if you're interested in learning some shell scripting. But let's get started with this video. So the tool we're going to be using is the TOR tool. Now, TOR is an archiving utility, as you can see here. And again, if we take a look at the man pages for this particular tool, it gives you the various options that you can use, in regards to creating archives, comparing them, deleting them, etc. So there's a lot of stuff in here. The purpose of this video is to show you and to explain to you how to create archives, how they differ in terms of the extension, and of course how to extract the various archives that you'll come across. All right, so on my desktop, what I've done is I've created a simple directory here. Let me just remove this this directory right over here. There we are. And so I created a directory called file, and within this directory you can see that I've created a test.txt file that contains the contents of the password file. So just a random file that you may want to archive, or a random directory that you may want to archive. So if I wanted to create a tar archive of this file directory, what I would do is I would say tar, and then I would specify some arguments here in regards to what I want tar to do. So first of all, I would want tar to compress the file, and then of course I wanted to compress this file, so we're specifying the file. Now after this, we specify the name of the archive that we want to give it, so we'll just call it file.tar. This is different than a tar.gz archive, and I'll explain how that differs shortly. So then we specify the directory that we want to actually archive, and we hit enter, and there you are. So you can see it created the tar file for us. And of course, if we type in file and file.tar, you can see it tells you that this is a tar archive, GNU tar archive here. So that means it worked correctly. Now let me remove this tar archive here, and if we run the same command that we did, sorry about that. Let's do it one more time. So we can say tar. We can also use the v command, and that will give us some verbose output in regards to what files are currently being processed in the overall archiving process. So again, we can say tar cvf, and then we say tar, we can just say file.tar, and then we specify the directory and we hit enter, and as you can see, it then gives you a verbose output, and we get the file.tar archive here. So if we want to extract a tar archive, that's a very, very simple thing to do. All we need to do is we say tar, and now that we want to extract it, we use the x command. By the way, you can negate or not use the hyphen here, but I personally like using the hyphen just so that I understand where my syntax is going. So I can say extract, and we can verbose, we can have some verbose output, and we say extract the file, and then we specify the file. So we say file.tar, and then we can provide an output for it, or you can just hit enter, and it it extracts it for us. And because we already have the file here, it will essentially overwrite the newer files if there are any new changes, etc. So we can we can remove this directory and do that one more time here. So we can say tar xvf file.tar, and we hit enter. Now if we list this, you can see that we have the file directory here. All right, excellent. So that's working with tar files, and that's, you know, a standard tar a tar file here. Now let's talk about gzip files. So if I say what is gzip, and you can do this with tar again, it's very, very simple. That's the preferred way of doing it. So let's take the same, or we can just remove the file.tar here. So let's take the same file directory here, and if we want to now use the or compress it into a tar.gzip file using gzip, of course, then we would say tar. Now we are compressing it, so we say czf or cvzf or czvf, whatever you want to use. In our case, we don't want to work, or we don't want to display you know, some the verbose output, so we can just use the czf, and then we specify the name. So we're going to say file.tar.gz, and then we specify the directory that we want to archive or compress, and we hit enter. And you can now see that we created the tar.gz file here. So if we type in file, and then, you know, just to find out what we're dealing with, the UI tells you we're dealing with a gzip compressed data. So again, we can extract it really simply by saying tar xzf, and then we say file.tar.gz. But before we do this, let's remove the actual file directory here. So we say tar xzf, and then we say file.tar.gz, and we hit enter, and it'll then give us the file directory, which is right over here. So again, we can cut the contents just to show you that it's worked just fine. You can see that it's the entire content of the password file. So that's pretty much how to work with archives. I'm not going to be covering the various other utilities that you can use. So for example, bzip2, which is again very simple use in regards to using bzip2 for compression. I wanted to show you how to use the tar utility for archiving files, archiving them, and then of course extracting them. So it's the most reliable and consistent way of working with archives on Linux, and it's great for, you know, taking backups, and with the help of shell scripts you can easily automate the process. In this video, I'm going to be talking about you know, adding, managing users and groups, and then in the follow-up videos we'll be talking about user security and sort of securing the authentication section or area of Linux. So let's get started. Now I just want to give you a bit of a premise. I'm currently running currently logged in via SSH onto one of my Linux servers, and the reason being is as we move on into this series to the end or to the completion, I'll be covering security, you know, various security aspects that we will require a lot of testing. So again, that's primarily the reason. So let's get started. Now by default, you can see that I've created another user called admin, and I'm currently running Ubuntu server. So what's going to happen is it is recommended never to only be using the root user, and that you need to have another user in which you can then start, you know, applying various permissions to. So by default on Ubuntu, when working with users, again, is a very, very simple syntax in regards to adding them. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create a user here. We're just going to say user add, and you can take a look at all the various options you can use when specifying a user. So if I just say user add and I hit enter, you can see it doesn't give me any prompt. But if I say user add Alexis and I hit enter, it'll give me an error with the with the lack of permissions. Now I did this you know, deliberately so that I can demonstrate how to use groups before we actually take a look at that. So I'll just switch into the root user here, and we'll go into my home directory, and we'll just say vsudo here. So we'll say vsudo, and what we want to do now is we have the user admin, but we want to actually have this user. We want to add this user admin into the sudo group, which will essentially allow members of the group to execute any command. Now I can do that, or I can also add them to the admin group, which would be better. So again, we can sort of customize the various commands that we can specify, and I'll get to this in a second. So what we want to do now is I'll just exit and I'll say user mod, and I'll say user mod AG add group, and then we say admin and the user admin, and we hit enter, and that's going to add the user admin into the group admin. So you specify the group first and then the user there. That might seem a bit confusing, but if I just say groups admin, you can see that it tells me that the user admin is in the group admin. All right, so if we go back into the user admin here, you can see it tells you to run a command as administrator, use user root, use the sudo command. So again, we now have permissions to do whatever we want. So if we go back here, we can say sudo user add, and again, that'll give us the same option. So if we say user add Alexis, it's going to add the user. Now, the problem with this, if I display the password file, you can see that the user Alexis by default will be given a home directory. That's perfectly fine, and the default shell will be set to the Bourne shell. So what I want to do is, let me show you how to remove a user. So to remove a user, we say user del, and then if we want to remove their home directory, we say R, or we use the recursive command, and then we specify the user. So we can say Alexis, and again, we need to use the sudo command here because we require root privileges. So it's going to remove the user. So if we just display the contents of the home directory, we can see that the only user directories we have are for the user admin. All right, so now that I've explained that, let me show you the correct syntax for adding a user here. So again, I can just say user add. Now, in regards to the actual commands you can use, you can take a look at the man pages. User add, and you can take a look at all of these options, and there's quite extensive options you can use in regards to creating user. But in our case, we want to say user add, and the first thing we want to do is we want to make sure that this user has a home directory with its username appended. So we can say m, and then we can add a comment. So again, this can describe something about the account and what it's used for. We can just say Alexis, and we can then specify the shell. This is very important if you want the user account to use a custom shell. In our case, we'll just say bin bash, and then we specify the name of the user account or the username, and we hit enter. All right, so again, it tells us we need sudo privileges, so let's add that, and I'll just hit enter, and the user is added. Now, this user doesn't have a password yet, so to add a password for a user, we can use the password command. All right, and again, it requires root privileges. So if I wanted to change the password for the admin account or for the current account that I'm using, I simply type in password, and it'll say changing password for admin, and it'll ask me for my current password. I'll enter a new password here, and the password isn't changed. So I just wanted to demonstrate this. So again, I can just say, let me just change the password here, and I'll just change it to something different, and there we are. So the password for the admin user has been updated successfully. If I wanted to change the password for another user, I would say password Alexis, and I hit enter. So again, we can use the sudo privileges because we are now modifying sorry about this. Let's just add and there we are. So now we've added the password for the user Alexis. So I can directly switch into this user account, and I'll show you something interesting here. So I can say sudo Alexis, and I switch into it, and there we are. So now if I try and do something like sudo apt update here, it'll ask me for the user, for the password, and where I think I entered the incorrect password here. So if I enter the correct password, you can see it's going to tell us that Alexis is not in the sudoers file. This incident will be reported. All right, so that's essentially telling us we don't have adequate permission. So if we go back into the admin account, we can now play around with the sudoers file. So again, we'll say sudo vsudo, and we'll hit enter. And let's talk about now adding permissions, and before we actually take a look at groups. Right, so typically with Ubuntu, you can see that it gives you all of these various groups, right out of the bat, and you can specify specific user privileges under this right over here. So you can see for the root user, it can run it from all sessions, regardless of whether it's a TTY or a remote session. and then for all users in all groups, and it can run all commands. So again, I can just say Alexis and let's say all, or I can just simply say all. Sorry, that's all is going to be equal to all, and so that's pretty much all users. And then in regards to the command specification, which you specify here, so this user can actually run all permissions, or I can limit it to certain permissions if I want to. Right now, again, this will pretty much this will pretty much allow me to actually run specific commands. So for example, if I wanted to only allow this user to say, for example, user bin apt get, for example. So what I'll do is I'll just save this file, and we'll go back into the user Alexis here, and we'll say, and then we say sudo apt get, and many of you might be catching on, and you'll see what happens here. So you can see that works now, and we're able to run only that command with root privileges. So we'll just wait for this to actually update the repositories. Let's try and run another command with root privileges, and I'll show you what will happen here. So again, my apologies, my internet is really not that quick, so we'll just wait for this to complete. And so there we are. Got the repos, and I can pretty much install software, and I can use the apt-get utility. So if I say sudo, let's say vim etc ssh sshd config. If we open this, you can see we're not allowed to do this. So if we go back into the admin user, you can see now this is a great way of specifying permissions for users. So additionally, what I can do is I can use groups. Right now I have the user Alexis here, and let me just comment this. If I say all commands, that means it can run all commands here without any restrictions. So we then have groups. Right now, groups essentially allow users to allows you to group users based on their particular role or responsibilities. Now in this case, we have two groups. We have admin and sudo, and they essentially allow users to execute all commands with root privileges here. What we can do is we can create another group here. So we can just exit out of this. Well, actually no, we can just modify this one more time, because I want to actually comment this in regards to the permissions here. So we'll just exit, and let's talk about groups. All right, so let's talk about groups in Linux. Now, groups are a great way of sort of collectively applying permissions to, groups of users that, you may want to have, the same privileges or permissions. And, it's a great way of blanketing various permissions on different users, and a great way of course, segregating roles and duties within a system. So it's a great way of actually actively approaching the whole idea of segregation of roles and duties. So let's talk about creating groups, deleting groups, and of course working with permissions with groups. So we're going to follow the same scenario. We have the admin user, and of course we then have the user Alexis here. So the user Alexis currently is not part of any particular group. So again, it's a standard user account that doesn't have root privileges and is simply just allowed to operate within those constraints. Now, if I wanted to add a group here, I would say group add, right? And then I would specify the name of the group. So let's say we want to add the user Alexis to a group called developers. Right, so we're going to say group add developers. Let me just prepend this with sudo, because we do need root privileges to create new groups, and we're going to hit enter. All right, so now we have the group created. So if we want to display groups for a particular user, or the groups that a user is in, again we use groups and then the name of the user, and it tells you that Alexis currently is in its own group. We can view all the groups on the system by visiting or catting or displaying the contents of the group file. If we hit enter, you can see that we have the various groups, and you can see we have all the system accounts as well. Pretty much they're going to be in their own group unless specified otherwise. So let's what we're going to do is we are going to add the user Alexis into this developers group, and then I'll show you how permissions can sort of be be manipulated that way. So we're going to say user mod, and we're going to say we're going to append the user Lexis, and we're going to say the group. By the way, you can use a lowercase g here. The lowercase g primarily means you need to specify the group IDs. In our case, we'll just use the capital G because we know the names of head. So we'll say developers, and we want to add the user Alexis to the group developers. I believe we need root privileges for this, so I'm going to hit enter, and that should do it. All right, so now if I say groups Alexis, you can see that Alexis is going to be part of its own group and the developers group. Now, when we talk about having its own group, that simply refers to, you know, user-specific privilege specification. So again, if we visit the Visudo utility to modify the sudo as file, you can see that we talked about user privilege specification, and we had actually added a some privilege specifications for the user Alexis, where we can access it from all hosts, and we had specified all users, however not all groups. So this essentially will restrict the user Alexis, and it will essentially allow him to run the apt-get utility with root privileges here. However, that's one way of doing it. So if I use this same syntax, then I can also allow it to run all commands, and I can also specify the explicitly to refuse it to use the root to actually have sudo privileges. So it will only run this command, and so on and so forth. So I can do that actively if I wanted to. However, I don't want to. So what we'll do is let's just test this out to see that it works. And of course, you can change this to whatever command that will require root privileges. So we can just use apt-get here, and I'll save this. Now vsudo, when saving and exiting, if you do have a syntax error, it will tell you. So again, if we go here and we say let's actually mess around with the syntax here. So again, I can just say add a few commas there. You can see that it tells us in the etc sudo as well, there's a syntax error near line 21, and we can use the E command to edit it. So again, that's a great that's the great reason for using the vsudo utility. It actually points out logical and syntax errors. So we'll save this now, and we'll exit. And what we'll do is we'll now switch into the user Lexis, and I'll go here, and you can see that now if I type in apt-get update, you can see that we can run this command, but it still requires administrative privileges or root privileges. So if we prepend it with sudo, if we say sudo and we hit up and we just enter the password, you can see that we're able to run the command. However, if we wanted to display the we say cat etc shadow, cat etc shadow is going to tell you the user Lexis is not allowed to execute cat etc shadow with root privileges. So again, we can say cat etc password here. That works because it doesn't require root privileges, and we are pretty much allowed to view the contents of this file. All right, so that's how to apply permissions based on a user. All right, now I can also change this up, and we can use the example of the group here. So we can just go back into the user admin and just enter the password here, and again we'll say sudo vsudo, and we'll get into this. So we'll comment this user privilege specification entry, and we can enter our group anywhere here. We can just add a comment if we wanted to. Specification developer group, we can just say developer group, and then we say when adding a group, we prepend it with the modular sign, and then we specify the name of the group. So we say developers, and then after this we specify the permissions here. So again, we can say all hosts, and then we'll say all users of all groups. That's because we need a sudo. That's very important. We need the ability to access all the groups. So again, we can always limit it to all users and then the admin group if we wanted to. But again, we say all, and then instead of all commands, we say user bin. We can say apt user bin. user bin apt get update, apt get, not update. So we can save this, and if we exit, you can see we have no syntax errors. So again, back to Alexis here, and I will enter the password, and yeah, so now we can say sudo apt get update, and that works fine. For some reason not allowed to execute. Let me just check this right now. Yeah, it's part of the developers group. Let me just go back into the admin group here, into the admin user, and let's see what the issue is. What's the issue is with the specification of permissions here. So what I'll do is, let's see what can be, this shouldn't be causing any issues. Let's try apt, and let's just see whether this works. I'll just say apt update. That works fine. I believe you need to add, you need to separate the commands, and it would be wise to use command aliases. So yeah, I simply forgot about that. Sorry about that, guys. So that'll work fine. So again, if we say sudo cat etc shadow, for example, because we wanted to view it, you can see it again. It restricts us to running only the apt update utility, or running the apt utility here. So that is how to, sort of segregate permissions based on a user, whether you want to specify the permissions, on a user to user basis, or how to specify the permissions on a, in regards to adding users to a group and then applying them that way, sort of blanketing the users that way. So again, it's all about, what philosophy you adapt to. And if you're a system administrator, it'll also depend on the use case and the usage scenario in which your server is being deployed in. We're going to be talking about networking in the command line. All right, so let's get started now. If you pretty much watched any of my older videos where we were working with networking within the Linux terminal, you know that I would typically use the ifconfig utility. However, the standard has changed now, and what we have to use, or what is the preferred method of getting information and interacting with various network interfaces, is by using the IP command, right? So the IP utility allows you to, show, manipulate routing, network devices, interfaces, and tunnels, etc. All right, so let's get started by first of all understanding how to display your current routing table. So again, we can do that by typing in IP route show, and that's very simple. So IP route show, and this will show you your current routing table. So you can see this is my this is currently my router's IP address, or my gateway. This is my interface name here, and this is the source IP, which is my IP address. So that gives you an idea of your IP routing table currently. Now again, you can take a look at we can grep route here, and in the man pages, and you can take a look at all the options you have available for you. So you can pretty much change the route if you want to do, but of course that's beyond the scope of this tutorial. I'm simply showing you how to find information that's very useful. If you want to display your current IP address, we type in IP ADDR and we hit enter, and this gives you your two interfaces. So we have local, this is a loop back, so this is for your local host, and you then have your Ethernet. In my case, my Ethernet adapter, which has the interface name ENP2SO. You can see that it has an IP of 192.168.1.101, and you have the entire network range there. You also have your IPv6 IP address here if that is required, and of course you have your MAC address. So very similar to ifconfig. So if we take a look at ifconfig, which is a perfectly great tool that you can use, and so you can use it. If I type in ifconfig, we can take a look at the man pages here, just so I can show you the flexibility. So again, you can play around with all the options that are available, but pretty much the simple way of going about it would be to simply display your current. So if I say ifconfig, and I'm only looking for my, I can say inet. If I'm only looking for my IPv4 address or my inet addresses, you can see that I can easily just print them out, and I also have my net mask. So a very organized way of taking a look at your interfaces and your IP addresses as well. Right now, I'm still to make a video on managing services and processes with Linux, but essentially working with your network manager, we can also take a look at DHCP because that will be quite important. So if you are running this on Wi-Fi, or you are using a wireless adapter, or even on Ethernet where you don't have static IP distribution or resolution, what we can do is, if you say what is DH client, and we can just hit enter, you can see that if we type in DH client and we hit enter, you can see that it doesn't give us any options here. So if we take a look at the options that we are available to use, we can pretty much let's take a look at the man pages, because this is a better way of actually utilizing it. So again, we can use the DHCP v4 protocol to obtain a new IPv4 address, but in my case I have my IP statically assigned here, so that would not be a wise thing to do. But if I wanted to restart my network manager, again, I'll be making an individual video on this, so you don't have to worry. So you can use sudo service network manager restart, and I can hit enter, or I can use systemd. So I can say sudo system control, we can say restart, and we say network, let me just see network, we're looking for the network manager here. So if let me just tab and see what we have. We're looking for the network manager.service, which is right over here. So I can execute this and that will essentially restart it. Now again, as I said, if you're not familiar with processes, don't worry, we'll be covering it in the next set of videos as we wind up this series. But that's pretty much how to restart your network adapter if you're having any issues, and you can sort of work with that. Now let's talk about netstat, because again, that's quite an important tool, and I have an independent video on how to use netstat if you are interested in it. So again, we can say netstat, and we hit enter, say print network connections, routing tables, etc, etc. So I'll just go over the most common options you can use, and this essentially allows you to understand what services, ports you have running, listening, and you are connected to. So for example, if I wanted to display the route, I would say netstat, and I would say R, and that gives me my routing table. So we have the destination, the gateway, the genmask flags, and the interface here. So in all cases, we're working with my Ethernet interface here. So you can see that for the default gateway, we have it right over here, the destination, and of course the genmask. So again, you can get very good information from this. Now, if we wanted to take a look at all the TCP connections that we have, we can say netstat, and we use T, and that gives us all the TCP connections on that we're currently connected to or listening for on our system. So you can see that we have the protocol, which is very important. This is uniquely going to be TCP. The local address, the foreign address, the port it gives you, and the state, which I'll get to in a second. So you can also grep information from this. So again, you can say grep, and if I had the SSH port open, I would say grep 22, for example, and it pretty much gives you results based on the actual string of characters. In this case, it's not giving us anything new, but if I was to say, let's say sudo service SSH start, and I would hit enter, and if we try and grep this now, we don't get anything. So let's take a look at how to find listening ports, so or listening sockets. So we can say netstat L, and we hit enter, and you can see there's quite a bit of listening of sockets that are currently listening for actual connection. So in our case, you can see we have the SSH port here, and we can pretty much grep with these particular services, and you can sort of work with that if you want to. Talking about UDP only, we can, again, that's very simple. So netstat, if I wanted listening TCP connections, I would say, for example, LT, and hit enter, and that'll only display the listening TCP connections. If I wanted listening UDP connections, I would type in LU, and again, that gives us all the listening UDP connections. If we want to display the actual processes and the process IDs, we can say netstat P, and we hit enter, and what we can do is we can say LTP. So LTP, and we're looking for grep SSH, and we hit enter. It again tells you that we have SSH running in. You can go through this all over again. So let me just clear this out. So if we display the results here, you can see that it gives you all the information that you're looking for. So if we get rid of this and we also have P, it gives you the various process IDs. So if we let's just take a look at the table right at the top here, that pretty much prints it all. You can see we have the PID right over here, and we can sort of grep through that if we wanted to. So that's using netdiscover, sorry, netstat. We're not talking about netdiscover yet, but again, you can check out our independent video on that, and it allows you to check various connections that you have open and running, either established or listening on your system. They could be for both a TCP and UDP. Now let's talk about netdiscover. Now netdiscover does not come pre-installed with any Linux distribution as far as I'm concerned, apart from the pen testing or offensive distribution. So again, we can simply just say what is netstat, and you can pretty much well, no, not netstat, netdiscover. I believe this is discover, like so, and we hit enter, and it's an active passive ARP reconnaissance tool. So what this means is it allows you to essentially scan your network for other devices or hosts that are currently connected to your network, whether they be Wi-Fi enabled devices or connected to your network via Ethernet or to your switch. So again, to install it, you can use any of the package managers you're comfortable with, and we simply type in netdiscover and we hit enter, sudo apt-get install, sorry, and we hit enter, and you can see already have it installed. So using it requires root privileges, so we say sudo netdiscover, and then we specify the interface that we want to use. So you can see enp2s0, and I hit enter, and as you can see, it will start scanning, and it's doing this through ARP, or the address resolution protocol. So ARP request and response packets. So again, it's sending various ARP requests to all IPs on the network, and then the responses give us the results that actually prove that whether we have a device or not. So you can see I currently have my router, which is running, this is the default gateway, and then I also have another device running here. Let's see if we have any other devices, and we'll just wait for it to continue scanning. So I'll just wait for this to continue scanning. I think I have multiple other devices. This is pretty much going to be my Windows device. If I bring up a mobile device here, let's see if that actually comes up, and I'll try and load up a website here. I actually don't have my phone on me, but in any case, this essentially gives you all devices on your network, and that's a great way of monitoring your network and viewing what devices you have. So again, it gives you the IP, their MAC address, and their MAC vendor. So again, it gives you an information about what device you're dealing with. So in this case, TP-Link, and then HON High Precision, which is pretty much a network adapter. And once you're done, you just hit Control-C, and that will terminate the process right over there. All right, now to end this video, let's talk about DNS, which a lot of people actually ask me about. So your DNS information, or your name servers rather, are going to be stored in your resolve.conf file. So again, sudo, and we'll use vim etc, and we're looking for the resolve.conf file, and we hit enter. You can see that this file is managed by the systemd resolved, and we can I'll actually show you how to use that utility shortly. So this is a dynamic resolve.configuration file for connecting local clients to the internal DNS stub resolver of systemd. So again, it tells you that this is going through systemd, and this is more of a dynamic file that is generated dynamically. And again, it is just for connecting local clients to the internal DNS resolver with systemd resolved. And I'll be talking about services, as I said, later on, but many people edit this, which will work temporarily. However, if you do want to take a look at systemd resolve, that's extremely simple. So what you could do if you want to use this manually is we would actually just add another one here. So I can say name server, and then I'll say, for example, the Google name server 8888, and I can use that if I want to. But in our case, we're not gonna have any changes here, so we'll just exit. So you can actually check the status of systemd resolve. So we can say systemd resolve, and we say status and we hit enter, and again that gives you the various DNS information that you're looking for. So we can print out, so you can see the DNS servers that we currently have set are going to be the Google DNS server, and this is going through your actual your router or your main gateway. So it would be advisable to switch to any DNS server that you want to do or that you want to use on your main router. So you can see that it uses the default one, that is your default gateway IP here, and the Google DNS server that I have set here, and that was simply for the demonstration purposes in this video. So that's how to use systemd resolve. Now, when talking about your hosts file, this essentially allows you to manage your various hosts, and you can use this for ad blocking, you can use it for ad blocking if you want to. So for example, we can say sudo vim, and we say etc, and we say host, and we hit enter, and you can see for example where we have defined the local host or the loopback. 127.0.0.1 is our local host, and then the current host here, which is a Lexis workstation, is 127.0.1.1. so I could also change that to any other IP I want. So if you're going to block an ad, what you would typically do is you'd put an invalid IP address here. So I could say 0000, and I could sort of block a website here, like for example, I could say google.com, which is not a smart thing to do, but in any case, we can write those changes and exit. And then if I say sudo system control, we say restart network manager, I believe network manager.service. So we'll just let me just try and complete this. For some reason it isn't displaying this. System control network manager.service, and we want to use this. So we want to restart the network manager, and I'll actually show you this to you right now. So if we try and open up a Firefox instance here, and we say google.com, and we hit enter, you can see it pretty much redirects us to the local host, and that's essentially how to use the hosts file. Now I can change the IP to something else completely, but again, many of you have been asking me how to use the hosts file, so that's pretty much how to use it, and we can get rid of that right now because I don't want that to be the case, and we can just restart the network manager one more time, and there we are. So we should be good there. All right, so that's pretty much all I wanted to cover in regards to networking and all that is important. As I said, we'll be taking a look at services. We'll also be taking a look at SSH, and if you are interested in exploring tools like netstat and netdiscover, you can check my independent videos. In this video, we're going to be talking about how to use TOR and Proxychains in conjunction to anonymize your traffic, through the use of any tool that you want. So both of these tools don't come pre-installed on, standard distributions, but you can pretty much find them on pen testing and offensive distributions. So again, what we need to do is install the TOR service first, not the TOR browser, but the actual TOR service. And then secondly, we need to install the Proxychains tool. So again, to install the TOR service, all we need to do is say sudo apt. You can use whatever package manager you're using, sudo apt-get install. And it's pretty much going to be just TOR. That'll be the name of the service. And I already have it installed. So again, if you just want to check what it is, so you can say, what is TOR? And this is referring to the actual to the actual service. So you can see that what is tells us a second generation onion router. So if we say man TOR and we hit enter, you can see that TOR is a connection-oriented anonymizing communication service. Users choose a source routed path through a set of nodes and negotiate a virtual circuit through the network. I think I've pretty much explained this before in previous videos as to how TOR works. So we'll be using TOR. Now, to start the TOR service, we can use systemd, or you can also use service. So we can say sudo system control, and we can say start, and then we are looking for TOR. I think it is the TOR service here. I'm not too sure what it is, what it's called. So if we say TOR, and let's check the status here. Status TOR, and you can see that we currently have it loaded and active. So again, the TOR service is an anonymizing overlay network for TCP. So if we use netstat here, so we can say netstat, Then we can look for listening TCP connections, and we grep for the port that the TOR service connects through, which is 9050, and we hit enter. You can see we now have, we are listening on port 9050, and this is localhost, so that's perfect. We can use this with proxy chains. All right, so now let's talk about proxy chains. So again, installing proxy chains is very simple. Sudo apt-get install proxy chains, proxy chains, and we hit enter, and I already have it installed. Before we actually use it, we now need to play around with the configuration file so that we can tweak the configuration to what we want it to be and how we want it to work. So we can say sudo vim etc proxychains.conf, and we hit enter. So again, pretty much I'll go through the settings that I use. So again, we can use HTTP, SOCKS 4, SOCKS 5. And again, this allows you to tunnel or proxy. You can essentially tunnel your connections through a series of proxies. And in our case, the proxies are going to be TOR. So with DNS, that's the great thing. So the options below identify how the proxy list is treated. Only one option should be uncommented at a time. So dynamic chains, where each connection will be done via chained proxies. All proxies chained in order as they appear in the list. At least one proxy must be online to play in the chain. I pretty much like using the random chain. So you can see that each connection will be done via random proxy or proxy chain from the list. This option is good to test your intrusion detection system because it's constantly changing, through random proxies. But if you want a dynamic chain, that's perfect. You can also use the strict chain. This will ensure that all connections are going to be done through a chained proxy, or all proxies will be chained in the order as they appear in the list. So I like using a random chain. So you want to uncomment this, or it'll be commented here. So if I just hit insert here, and it'll pretty much be commented like so, and you want to uncomment this. We then want to take a look at the proxy DNS request. So again, this will prevent no leak for DNS data. This is very important. You want to make sure that's uncommented. And then we want to take a look at the proxy list format. So this gives you an idea of how to use your proxy list if you are interested in using other proxies apart from TOR. You can see that we have SOCKS 5, HTTP, SOCKS 4. In our case, the defaults will be set to TOR, and we want to add SOCKS 5 as well here. So we say SOCKS 5, and we remember it's running on our local host, 127.0.0.1, 9050, and that's of course going to be SOCKS 5. All right, so we can add any of the other proxies we want here. So again, if you're not keen on using TOR, you can change this, and we'll write changes and quit from here. So now when using proxy chains, you want to ensure that you have the TOR service started and it's currently running. And then the syntax is very simple. So we say proxy chains, and then we specify the tool that we want to use. So for example, I can say proxy chains are Firefox, or I can use another tool like SSH or Telnet, or I could use a tool, maybe let's try Firefox because it's the easiest way to test this. So I say Firefox, and then I open this website dnsleaktest.com, and we hit enter. And that's going to start proxy chains for us. Now, given that it's using TOR, the connection is going to be much slower than a standard proxy. Of course, depending on what proxy you end up using. So we'll just wait for this to load up, and dnsleaktest.com will tell us what our IP is, and secondly, it will tell us what our DNS is. So you can see it gives us information regarding our IP. For some reason, it isn't telling us what country it is. So again, we can just hit a standard test. This will test our DNS to see if we're leaking any DNS information. And of course, DNS information is very important as it can leak your geographical information. So again, you can just go through the test, and this will display whether or not what DNS servers you're currently been using. So let's wait for this and see what results we get. There's a progress bar right over here. So you can see that all are going through DNS servers in Germany. And of course, you have their host names and their various IPs. So again, that's great because it was we didn't leak any of our personal DNS information or the DNS servers we went through. But of course, that is also dependent on DNS security, something that's out of the scope of this video. In this video, we're going to be talking about process and service management. So we're going to be talking about lots of tools that you can use to manage processes, and also manage services, right? So this is a very important video, pretty much I think one of the most important videos in this series because of the power that comes with it. So first of all, let's take a look at some of the utilities that you can use to manage system resources and to view the current processes and just to view resource consumption in regards to the processes that are consuming the most and consuming the least. Now by default, all Linux systems come with a utility called TOP, right? And you can pretty much get some information about it by using the what is command. So again, it tells us that top displays Linux processes. So you can hit top, and again, as you can see, this gives you information regarding your system resources, the consumption, and the various processes that are running. The owner of the processes in terms of the user. So you have your process ID, very important there, that can be used to manage the process, either to kill it or to stop it. You then have the user here that it belongs to. You then have the CPU and memory consumption, the time, and the command itself. So again, you can essentially use this to manage all your processes. However, a better utility, custom utility that you can install with whatever package manager you're using, and that is the HTOP utility. So again, we can install it here. I already have it installed. So again, we can clear this and we say, what is HTOP? You can see that this is an interactive process viewer. So if we open up HTOP, you can see that first of all, it gives you your processor usage in regards to how many cores you have. So I have 6 cores here, and it gives you their utilization in terms of percentage. You then have your memory usage. So it gives you a total usage. I have about 16 gigs here, and I'm currently using 6 gig. It also tells you your swap usage. So I have a swap set to about 2 gigs. Don't get angry at me. I know a lot of people are against swap nowadays. It gives you the amount of tasks, the amount running, the load average, and the uptime of your system. So very useful information. It also sorts it out. It sorts the information out, similar to what we had. So we have the process ID, and you can sort that out chronologically. So you can just click on it and it loads it up from the first process with the process ID of 1. You then have the user, so you can again switch from all the user accounts that these processes are running under. You then have your CPU usage. So if I click on CPU, that displays the process that is currently using the most CPU usage. Again, I can click on memory, and it tells us that Google Chrome is using the most memory. That's not a surprise. And of course, we can just go back to CPU usage, and you can see that OBS is currently running right now, which makes sense as that is using the most CPU. Right, so this is a utility that you can use to pretty much manage your processes. Now, before we take a look at how to use it, because this simplifies the process, let's take a look at how you'd actually view these the resource consumption, like RAM usage, for example. To view RAM usage, we would simply type in free, and that again tells you if we type, we just use the man pages here. You can see that free displays the amount of free and used memory in the system. So again, you can display this in regards to the output you want. So if we say free H, that prints it out in human readable format. So you can see we have total, used, free, shared, the cache, and available, and of course also for your swap. So that's one of the quick ways you can view how much RAM you're using. Now let's talk about processes, right? So processes need to be understood as you need to separate them you need to separate processes and services, right? So processes are viewed with the PS tool. So again, PS gives you a report. It gives you a report of it essentially gives you a snapshot of your current processes that you have running. All right, so if I just say PS, this is weird because many users actually have pointed this out. So why does it only give you 2 processes? Well, you haven't specified any arguments in regards to what processes you want to see. So what it's going to give you is it's simply going to display processes that are in your current shell. And you can see that the tool that it has is the bash and the actual command that you ran. So that makes sense. Now, if we want to display all processes, we would simply say ps-aux. And you can view all of this syntax from the man page, which is actually recommended here. I'm using the BSD style or the BSD syntax. So again, to see every process on the system using standard syntax, you can use that. I'm using, as you can see right over here, BSD syntax. So I'll continue with that. So I can say ps-aux, and I can hit enter. All right, so this is a lot of information here. this is essentially giving you a snapshot of all the processes that you have running on your system. So we can scroll all the way to the top, and again it's sorted out into a table with various columns. So again, you have the user, the process ID, and it starts chronologically. But the great thing about tools like HTOP is it gives you a dynamic view of the processes, how much they're consuming on a second by second basis. CPU usage, memory, etc. But this is a snapshot, remember. So again, this can give you an idea of all the processes that are currently active. However, if you want a dynamic idea of the current system resource consumption, use a utility like TOP or HTOP. This just gives you a snapshot. All right, the key thing we're looking for here is the PID, because we want to talk about managing processes, right? So let's say I want to start a service here. So I say sudo system control, I'm going to say start, and I'll say TOR. I want to start the TOR service here, and then I say ps aux. I can also grep the output here, and I can say I'm looking for TOR. So give me all processes with TOR. Right now, of course, it's going to give us, various other false positives with the string of characters TOR, and you can see the inclusion of that within storage. But if we just go to the bottom here, you can see we have the user bin TOR binary being used here, so that looks interesting. And yeah, so if we take a look at the process ID, we can see it has a process ID of 7604. So if we say sudo system control, we say status TOR, and we hit enter. Sorry about this, guys. System control, and we take a look at the status of the TOR service. You can see that it's active, it's loaded and active. So if we want to kill this process, all we need to do is get the process ID. In this case, it's going to be 7604, and all we need to do is say we just say kill. And you may want to prepend this with root privileges or the sudo command. So we say sudo kill 7604, and we hit enter. And now if we take a look at the TOR service, you can see it's still running. Now the reason I did this is because you need to differentiate between a service and a process, because a service will reinitiate or reinitialize itself, right? So let's take a look at all the processes here, and we can take a look at more realistic options available to us, right? So I'll give you an example here. So let's grep for SSH, and we'll say grep SSH. Let's see, we have the SSH daemon here, which is running as a process ID of 5687, right? And we also have the that's pretty much the one we're looking for. We also have the SSH agent here. So what we can do is we can say sudo kill 1969, and we can also say sudo kill 5687, right? So we can say 5687, kill that, and then we say system control, and we say status SSH, and we hit enter. You can see that SSH is currently loaded but inactive, dead, right? So that's just a simple way of managing processes. Now we can do the same thing with HTOP, and I'll show you how to do this. Many people actually skip this, but HTOP has a much easier way of doing this. So when you launch HTOP, you can pretty much filter through the results, but a great way of searching for services by their name instead of using grep is by using the F3 key, after which it will bring up this little search bar, and I can search for things like TOR. And if I use a space, it pretty much should give me all the results. So let me just do that one more time. So I say TOR, we can see that the process was closed, but the service is still running. So let's try another process here. Let's see if we have let's actually work with HTOP. I just want to show you this. So if we click on HTOP and it's highlighted yellow, we can actually kill it by using F9. So if we hit F9, we can send various signals to this process. So we can say signal quit, signal kill. So if we say signal kill, that's option 9, and we hit enter, you can see that will pretty much kill the process, and you can see that it actually points that up right over here, and you can see that the output is messed up, and I shouldn't have probably done that, but I wanted to demonstrate the power of HTOP here. So if I go into HTOP one more time, and now again it's giving us our dynamic results. So we can pretty much use that same syntax to manage our services really easy, and many people go over this. It's not just a system resource usage utility to actually display how much resources you're consuming, it can actually allow you to interact with your services or your processes quite well. So again, I can search for any process right over here with name, or I can work with the resource consumption. So again, I can highlight resource consumption here, memory consumption, etc., right? Now let's talk about service management with systemd, right? Because I also want to cover systemv as well, systemv service management, but now the norm is increasingly becoming systemd, so it's great to actually know how to use this. So if we say man system control, this is the utility that allows us to control, so you can see control the systemd system and service manager. So I'll show you how to use it. So if we want to list all the active services, which are going to be a lot, we can say system control and we hit enter, and you can see that we can move down with the your directional keys, and this gives you an idea of all the services that you have running. And once you're done, we have about 230 lines here, and they keep on going as the more you actually go down. So 269 loaded units. It gives you all information in regards to all the services you have running. So if we quit, we can also grep. So if we grep here, we say grep SSH and we hit enter. So we have no SSH service running. So if we want to start a service like the SSH service, what I can do is I can say system control. I say start, and then I can then play around with what I want to do. So I can say start and then the name of the service. So I can say SSH, and then I can use the tab auto completion here. So again, you can see that we have the SSH socket and the SSH service. So if I wanted to start the SSH service, just give it a few seconds. It does take a while to load this if I use tab auto completion too much. So if I say system control start SSH service and I hit enter, it's going to ask me for my password, and this because it requires root privileges. So that has started the SSH service. Now we can again confirm this with we can say LT here, and you can see we have SSH running right over here. So again, we can check the status of the of this actual service by running sudo system control, and we can say status ssh.service here, and we hit enter, and there we are. So you can see it tells us that the SSH service, this is using open SSH, so it tells us it's loaded and active, which means you can actually use it, and it gives you information about it. So the log of events, so again, started SSH, listening on port 22, listening on localhost port 22, starting the OpenSSH, OpenBSD secure shell server, and it gives you the various timestamps, right? So that's how to pretty much interact to how to start and monitor the status of a service if you're having issues with it. Right now, if I wanted to disable it or to stop it, I could say I can say stop, and I can say ssh.service, and I hit enter, and that will stop the let me just enter my password here. That will stop the service. If I check the status, you can see that it's loaded but inactive and dead. Now, a lot of people ask me, how do I run particular services on system startup? And you can easily do that with systemd. So I can say sudo system, let's say I wanted to enable the SSH service every time I boot up, which is useful. So I can say system control, and then I would say enable. But first I need to check if it's already enabled. So I can say is enabled, and then say ssh.service. And that will tell me if it is currently enabled to be run on system startup. You can see it tells us that it's currently disabled, which is great. If I check the Synergy service, I just want to give you an example, a robust example. I hit enter. You can see that on startup, yes, this service is enabled. That's because I use the Synergy service to, for my mouse sharing, my mouse and keyboard sharing system. So again, that tells me that, okay, that's enabled. So if we want to enable SSH, what we would say is a sudo system control, and we would say enable, and we say ssh.service, right? And I hit enter, and you can see it's created the symlink for us in the systemd directory here. So if you're using systemv, then you need to play around with the init scripts. and you then need to create a symlink, but this does it automatically for you. So now if we check the is enabled, if we check if it's enabled, you can see that now it's enabled. If I want to disable it from running on startup, I would simply say disable. Because I don't want SSH running, this is not a server, so I can check it now and we can see it's disabled. All right, so that's pretty much how to manage services with systemd. So that's how to start, stop. If I want to restart a service, again, I can simply say restart. So let me do that right now. So if I say sudo system control, I say TOR, start TOR, I can hit enter. That will start the TOR service. If I want to reload it, I can say reload. All right, and now I can also reload the configuration. If I say restart, that will simply restart the service with the current configuration. So that's a quick tidbit for you. If you can use reload here, then that will essentially restart it with the newer configuration. So in case you're wondering, so I'll just stop this service and I'll just hit enter, and there we are. All right, so that is how to manage services. Now, if we want to reload the entire the systemd daemon, what we can say is sudo system control. We're looking for the daemon, and we can say reload, and we just hit enter, and that'll reload the daemon completely. That's if you're having any issues and you wanted to reconfigure particular services. All right. Now, let's talk about systemv service management, which many of you are familiar with. Systemv is essentially where you say service, the name of the service, which could be TOR, and then we say start, we can say stop, and we can say restart, right? Very, very simple. And we can also check the status. So again, say service TOR start. That will ask me for my administrator privileges. I can say service TOR status, hit enter. You can see it tells us active, loaded, and then we can say system service TOR. We can say stop, and we can hit enter, and that will stop the TOR service. And we can also say restart, and again that will simply restart the TOR service there, and we can then stop it one more time. So that's how to use systemv. Very, very simple, but in my opinion, systemd is the much better alternative to learn now, and it's extremely robust and very, very powerful tool to actually learn how to use, or tool or utility. In this video, we're going to be talking about SSH, how to configure it securely, and then of course we'll talk about how to securely transfer files with SSH. So let's get started. First of all, with establishing what SSH client and server we're going to be using. So in our case, we want to be using OpenSSH, which is pretty much the go-to SSH client and server solution. It's completely open source, and it's one of these great services. So again, that was developed by the BSD team. So again, we must first of all understand the connection type or the connection model with SSH. So SSH is primarily a client-server connection model. So that means you need the client software to connect to the server software. In our case, we need to install the OpenSSH client service or the client package on our client, and of course the OpenSSH server package on our server, and I'll show you that right now. So I'm currently on my client here, which is going to be Ubuntu. Our remote server is going to be one of my Ubuntu servers running on my virtualization server. So what I'll do is I'll say sudo apt get install, and we say OpenSSH, and we're looking for the OpenSSH. If we double tab, we can see we're looking for the OpenSSH client, right? So I'm going to hit enter, and I already have this installed. Right now, the OpenSSH client configuration file is found. So if I say cat etc SSH, and this is found under, it is the SSH config. The SSHD config file is for the OpenSSH server. So you can see I also have my my public and private keys here as well, but I'll get into that in a second. We don't need to complicate this right now. So if I take a look at my config file here, this is the client config. You can see that the options are quite straightforward in regards to what you can enable and disable. So you can specify the port, the protocol, and various other bits of configurations here. That's not within the scope of the video, but I just wanted to get to that. So my remote server is running on it's currently running on an IP of 192.168.1.113. So we already have an admin user on that system, so we'll just say admin, and we'll say 192.168.1.113. all right, and I will just enter the password here for the admin user, and there we are. So you can see I'm currently logged in as the admin user. So the first thing we want to do is we need to install the OpenSSH server. So you say apt-get install OpenSSH server, and the reason I'm doing this, even though I have it installed already, is just to show you how one would go about doing it, right? So I'd hit install, already installed there. Excellent. All right. Now that we have this, both the pieces of software installed on the client and the server, we can talk about configuring, SSH, right? So pretty much when dealing with the remote server and remote authentication, the first thing you need to do is you need to disable root logins. Because the root user account is extremely powerful, because it really has no restrictions in regards to what it can do. So that's our first order of business here, and this can be done by modifying. The OpenSSH configuration file, the OpenSSH server configuration file. So if I say sudo vim etc ssh and we're looking for sshd, and we say sshd config, and we hit enter. So you can see this is the OpenBSD OpenSSH sshd config file, and it tells you here this is a SSHD server system-wide configuration file. So the first thing we want to do is let's take a look at some of the various configurations you can set here. So you can change the default port. This is great for those of you who want to set up a honeypot on that exact port, like port 22, and then have SSH run on another port like 2220. You can do that as well. You can also change the listen address if you want to. The host key names, let's talk about, let's just go down into logging. You can play around with logging here, and I'll talk about logs probably in another video. And here we are, we have authentication. All right, so within authentication, you can see we have an option called permit root login, right? And we want to change this to no, right? So from yes to no. We can also play around with the login grace time, so we can increase this or decrease it based on the time you want to provide. We can keep strict modes to yes. In regards to the max authentication tries, we can change this to 4, although I'll be making a separate video where I'll be showing you how to set up SSH brute force protection. The max sessions I want are going to be 3. Public key authentication, yes. Let's go all the way down now, and we are primarily looking for password authentication. So we'll talk about this when we are going to be setting up SSH keys. So for now, we've essentially disabled we've disabled the root logins. So if I just save the files here, now whenever you've made changes to the OpenSSH server configuration file, we need to restart the OpenSSH server. So to do this again, we'll use systemd. So we say system. When we say restart SSHD service, remember this is the SSHD daemon or the OpenSSH server, and we hit enter. All right, so now pretty much if we just open up a new tab on my client and I try and log into the root user account, I would say SSH root, and I would say 192.168.1.113, and I hit enter, right? And I enter the password for the root user. And you'll see pretty much that we will not be able to do it. So that is pretty much going to block any logins to this particular account. Now, the other thing we want to do is we want to disable, or we want to lock the password for the root account. This will ensure that even though a person or an attacker may have the password, the legitimate password, they can't get through it through another user account. Because remember, if a user gets access to the admin account via SSH, they can easily switch to the root user account. So we also have to disable, the password login here, and this will pretty much lock the account unless we have the privileges to actually change the password manually and to unlock it. But it's a great way of protecting your server from script kiddies. So what we can do is we can say, we can use the password command, and we say password L, and we specify the account the account whose password we want to lock, and we hit enter. We need sudo privileges here. So you say sudo, hit enter, and the password expiry information has changed. So you can say sudo password, and then status. I believe it's status. What options can we specify here? Root. We hit enter. No, we do not want to enter a new password, so we can just do this one more time. Yeah, so you can see that I can actually change the password, but let me lock it. Let's see, root. Where is the status? How do we check the status? Yeah, there is a capital S. So if we hit enter, you can see that the password is now going to be locked. Now, the second step would be to disable password authentication and to use SSH keys, which is exactly what I'm going to show you right now. So that will pretty much ensure that you're protected from brute force attacks, because you're pretty much ensuring that you cannot log into this SSH server without an SSH key, right? So what we'll do is we will create a new SSH key here, and this is very easy to do. So first of all, we need to establish what user account we're going to be, pretty much be using. We've already locked out the root account, and once we set up the SSH keys, we'll be pretty much logging into the admin user account, and the SSH keys or the SSH key-based authentication will only allow us to access the admin account. After which we will modify the OpenSSH server configuration file to disable password authentication. So what we'll do is we will say SSH keygen, yeah, there we are, TRSA, and we hit enter. It's going to ask us for it's going to say generating public private RSA key pair, enter the file in which to save the key. So we'll say home, or we'll just leave it in this directory, hit enter. We can enter a passphrase, that's always recommended. I'll enter a passphrase here. That'll also add an additional level of security to your SSH key, because remember, the SSH private key has to be kept secret. So we can see that the keys have been copied into a home, Alexis, and SSH directory here. So pretty much what we can do now is if we change our directory into the SSH directory here, you can see that we have the public and private keys right over here. So what we need to do now is we need to copy the public key onto the server. So let me just explain how SSH works really quickly, how the authentication works. So you store your public key on the server, and you have your private key with you, and the private key is the most important, as it's pretty much the key that will allow you to authenticate successfully with the server. So you need to keep it secure and backed up. In the event you lose it, you lose access to the server. That's very important, right? So essentially what's going to happen here is your private key is used for encryption, right? So your server, the SSH server, will use it'll send a random string of data to you, the SSH client, after which the SSH client will encrypt that random string of data with the private key and send the encrypted data to the server. The server will then use your public key to decrypt it, and if it then matches, and so on and so forth. I'll explain that in a second. So what we can do now is we need to copy this. So we say SSH copy ID, and we specify the server. So we say 192.168.1.113, and we hit enter. It's going to ask you can see it's asking for the user Alexis, but we don't want to do this, remember, because we want to use the user admin. So we're going to say admin, and we're going to hit enter. It's going to ask for admin's password, like so. And you can see after we've entered the password, it's going to ask us it's going to tell us the number of keys added is 1. And we can now try logging into the machine with SSH admin, and we'll essentially not have, we will not need to use passwords. But before we do that, we need to disable password authentication with SSH. So to do this again, we say sudo vim, and I'm back on the server now, SSH, and we say sshd config, and we hit enter, and we'll go all the way to the bottom here. Am I in the right configuration file? I believe so. Yes, we are, I believe. Yeah, password authentication right over here, and we will change this to no. So this will essentially disable the ability for you to log in to this remote server via SSH with passwords. So the only way you can log in is going to be through SSH keys. So now I can write changes and exit here, and we'll restart the SSH server service, or the SSHD service, and we hit enter, and that's going to restart it for us. All right, so now if we exit, we can essentially say SSH admin, at 192.168.1.113 and I hit enter, and it's going to ask me for the passphrase for the private key, and we're going to hit unlock, and there we are. We now have access. Right now, some of you might be saying, well, you have the private key, what if the location is different? So let me just show you this right now. So I'll go into my SSH directory here, and let's list all the files, and I'll say I'll move the this is sorry about that. Let me just go to my local directory here, or I can actually just log out. So cd ssh, and what I'll do is I'll move the private key. So I'll say move id rsa to to my desktop, and I'll hit enter. And now if I try and log in, so I say ssh admin, 68.1.113, and I hit enter, you can see it logs in just fine. However, if I didn't know the location, what I would say is, for example, let me just exit. I would say, for example, if I was logged in on another computer, I would then say, so again, let me just go onto my desktop here. If I wanted to specify a private key for logging in, I would say SSH I, and then I would say ID RSA, and then I'd say admin at 192.168.1.113 and hit enter. And typically what you want to do is you want to ensure that your private key has permissions. You want to ensure that it can only be read by the current user and not by the group or all other users on the system. So a great precaution, or a great way of doing this, is saying chmod 400 ID RSA, and that will essentially protect your private key. Right, so that is essentially how to set up SSH and how to copy how to set up key-based authentication, how to copy your SSH keys onto the server, and we can now talk about copying remote files or copying files remotely with SSH. So again, to do this is very simple. What I'll do is I'll just create a file, let's say touchtest.txt, and I'll cat etc password and into the test.txt file here. And let's say I wanted to copy this test.txt file into the SSH server. What I would do is I would use the SCP utility. So the SCP is again secure copy. So I would say SCP, and then I would specify the file. So I would say test.txt, and then I would specify the credentials. So I'd say admin 192.168.1.113, and then I'll specify the location I want to save it in. So I say home admin. This is on the remote server, by the way. So home, I can't seem to write admin today for some reason, and I'll essentially hit enter, and you can see that it actually copied quite quickly. So now if we try and log in, so we say SSH 113 and I hit enter, and we list the files within the home directory for admin. You can see that we have the test.txt file, and if I cat the content here, it's the password information for my client right over here, which is running Ubuntu, and you can see my user accounts there. So that is pretty much how to use SSH, how to set it up, how to set up authentication, how to protect your root user account, how to copy files securely, how to set up key-based authentication. So I hope that was comprehensive enough. So this video is going to be focused on essentially getting you to fully learn and of course utilize curl to its maximum potential, and I'm going to be covering as many commands as I possibly can. Now that being said, curl has a lot of functionality that you need to explore on your own as well, but I'll be covering some of the most important bits of functionality that it does offer to a normal user or a power user as well. So without any further ado, let's get started. So for those of you who have never heard of curl is essentially a utility that allows you to transfer data to or from a network server using one of the supported protocols. Now the protocols that it does support are HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, FTPS, you also have your SFTP, you have TFTP, Telnet, etc., etc. Now there are various other protocols that it does support in addition to the ones I've just mentioned, but we'll get into that later. Now the great thing about curl is that it is a multi-platform tool, which means it works on Linux, Mac OS and Windows. Now I'm going to be covering how to use it on Linux, but of course the commands are pretty much the same. Now, in regards to installing curl, as far as I know, it comes pre-installed with most Linux distributions. But if you want to install it, whether or not you're using the aptitude package manager, you can use the sudo apt-get install curl command. And if you're using an Arch-based distribution, you can use the pacman-s command to install it, and the name of the package is curl. All right. If you are using a Mac OS installation or Mac OS as your operating system, you can use the brew install command. So that is brew install and curl. All right, and that's pretty much simple right over there. With Windows, you need to download an executable or a bin file, if I'm not wrong, and you need to save it in your Windows directory. And of course, from that, you can directly launch it from your command prompt. That being said, let's get started. Now, curl, as I mentioned, comes pre-installed with most Linux distributions. So let me just clear the terminal here and I'll maximize it so we can see what's going on. All right, so the basic syntax is as follows. But before we do that, let's open up the help menu. You can explore the help menu if you're really looking for a bit more functionality or you're looking for specific functions. As you can see, it's a very comprehensive tool, and I'm primarily going to be covering the basic commands that allow you to utilize it quite well. That being said, many people ask me how I personally learn about a command or a tool that I'm not familiar with. I personally use the manual for each of these tools. So the manual contains a very, very good description of all the bits of functionality in regards to a tool, and all Linux tools pretty much come with a manual, and the manual is extremely useful. So if you want to check them out, go ahead and do it. I really, really recommend it when learning how to use a tool. All right, so let's talk about the basic queries you can perform with curl. All right, so when I talk about interacting with the various protocols, this particular video is going to be focused on HTTP and HTTPS. I know there is FTP functionality, but I'm not going to be getting into that because that's where things sort of get a bit different. But for now, let's focus on those two protocols. All right, so when performing a basic query of a URL, you essentially type in curl and then the URL. So for example, if I type in hsploit.com here and I hit enter, what will happen is this will essentially fetch the content of the specified URL. So for example, I've hit curl https hsploit.com and it will essentially return to me the content of the entire web page. Now you might be wondering, well, how can we verify this? And that's where we get into essentially saving your output into a file or downloading files. So I can say, for example, curl, and if I want to output the output of this command or the contents of this query, I can use the lowercase o, and I can then say, I specify the directory I want to save it in. So home Alexis desktop, and I'll just, that is desktop, and I'll just call it hsploit .html, and after that I'll type in hsploit.com right over here. That is the URL. Now it's very important to specify the protocol that you're using. So for example, if a website is HTTP, you will need to specify it. If it is using the HTTPS protocol, it is very important, but I'll get into redirection in a second. So https hsploit.com, and we hit enter, and it's going to give you this little status right over here, essentially giving you an update as to what is the current status of the entire process here. Now for some reason it's taking quite a while now, but we'll wait for it to complete, and there we are. So let me explain a bit of the structure of this little status menu or table here. So for example, you have the total amount to be downloaded, the amount received, the average download speed, the upload speed, the total time, the time spent, and the time left. And right now, if we cat the hsploit well, actually, if we need to go into our desktop here. So if we cat hsploit.html here, you can see the entire contents. Now, if we open that up here, if I open that up with Chrome, for example, let me just open this up. Where is Google Chrome? Where is Google Chrome here? There we are, Google Chrome. If I just open that up here in a web page, you can see that it'll pretty much, it has all the content of my website, so hsploit.com, and it's pretty cool that it does save the entire contents of the HTML file here. Now, of course, this is going to leave out extra bits of files in regards to the web page, but this is a great way of saving the contents of a query. Now that could be for any other protocol. It does not necessarily need to be for the HTTP or the HTTPS protocols. All right. Now, when we talk about downloading files, that is pretty much how it goes for a web page or for a query. So let me just remove the hsploit.html. Mind you, I could have saved it as a txt file. I'm saving it so that I can use it at a later time. Now, you can also use curl to download files from the web, which is really, really awesome. And that's primarily why I have the Ubuntu page open here, because I want an example to use. So for example, if I wanted to download the Ubuntu ISO, I go to the download page and I select the version 18.04 LTS, and it's going to start the download. So if I just go into show all downloads here, and let me just copy the link here, the download link. So I can go into curl and I can say, for example, I can give the file name a new name, or I can just download it directly. So let me explain the two ways of doing it. So for example, I can say curl, I can output the, I can say download this file as Ubuntu ISO, and then I paste in the download link. And what that is going to do is that is going to download the file and save it as Ubuntu ISO.iso. Now the extension is very important, because if you get that wrong, it's going to save it as a different file type. All right, so if I enter, you can see it's going to start the download, and there we are. We can see that the total amount to be downloaded is 1904 megabytes, which is about 1.9 gigabytes. And you have the received, the download speed, the average download speed, and the current download speed right over here, the time left, etc., etc. Now you can see that my internet speed is pretty bad right now, but that's primarily because I am updating one of my systems, so I do apologize for that. So if we check the desktop, you can see we have the Ubuntu ISO over here, which does prove that it does work. All right, now the other way of doing it, let me just remove the Ubuntu ISO.iso file there. The other way of doing it is by downloading it with its original file name, which is specified on the web server. So to do that, I simply type in curl and I use the capital O and I paste in the download link and hit enter. And that is going to download the file with its original download name. So you can see Ubuntu 18.04.2 desktop AMD 64bit.iso or AMD64.iso. All right, so that is pretty much how to download files. And now that I've explained that, we can now talk about redirects, because redirects are extremely important. So if I just get rid of Ubuntu here, so if a website is redirecting to another URL, it's very important that you know how to specify this to curl. And why is that important? So in many cases, redirects may be set up, and of course that is specified by the HTTP 300 request, or it could be any 300 request, mostly 301 or 303. And it's very important that you know how to specify this with curl. Now the HTTP protocol syntax is very important in curl, and you can do this by using the L command, or the capital L command, sorry. So for example, if my website was, if the URL hsploit.com was, so if I say hsploit.com was redirecting to another URL, and I wanted to specify this to curl, I would use the L command. Now I know that my website is not, and a great way of demonstrating this is by using so for example, if I say curl http hsploit.com right over here, and I hit enter, and we'll give that a few seconds here, and I'll explain what's happening in a second so that you can see the importance of specifying the L parameter if there is a redirect. So you can see I got no result, and that's because curl is going to HTTP, and that's the importance of protocols with curl. You need to specify the correct protocol regardless of whether or not you're using FTP, HTTP, HTTPS. So my website is HTTPS. Now my website by default will redirect, however you need to specify that with curl. I do apologize for that, and let me just clear the notifications here. So again, as I mentioned, you need to specify this with curl. So I can say curl, and I use the L command over here, and then I specify HTTP, and then I say hsploit.com here, right over here, and I hit enter, and that will essentially redirect me to the appropriate web page. And as you can see right over here, we get the entire contents of the hsploit.com website, or HTML file rather. So that is how to do, essentially how to work around redirects. All right, now another important command, is the querying response headers. So you can also view and analyze the response headers being sent by a particular web server, and this can help in web assessment. So for example, if I wanted to query the response headers are being sent back by the web server, I can say curl capital I, and I can say https hsploit.com and I can just hit enter, and what's going to happen here is it'll give it a few seconds. This is going to depend on varyingly depending on your particular web server. So you can see it gives us the protocol. We have cookies here. We have the PHP version, so we're getting important information now. Looks like we have some WordPress JSON files here delivered via the CDN, or the Content Delivery Network. Let's look at some important cookies here that might give us a bit of information in regards to the website. So an important bit of information here, and of course I'm using this as an example, is the DWQA, and this is my question and answer plugin that I use, and you can see that it has an anonymous cookie that's being set here, and that can give you information as to a bit more of how the web application is working. So that is how to query the response headers being sent by the server. And of course you can see right over here, this is a Cloudflare server, and we have the CF array, which is the Cloudflare array that essentially is telling Cloudflare it's giving information to Cloudflare about the particular client that is accessing the web server. All right, now that is very interesting. However, it really gets interesting because curl can also do a really cool thing. It can also allow you to view the request headers and the connection details, so you can view the TLS handshake, etc., etc. So if I say curl v and I say curl v HTTPS and I say hexploit.com here and I hit enter, you can see that we can view the entire TLS handshake, which is really, really unique and awesome. So let me just see if I can find which is right over here. So there we are. We can see the initial connection here. I'm particularly looking for the TLS handshake, and right over here we can see the TLS handshake taking place. So you can see that it is successful, and this is a great way of identifying problems with the TLS handshake if the certificate has an issue. So for example, we have the client hello, the server hello, we then have the encrypted extensions being exchanged, the certificate is being exchanged and then verified, and then finally the TLS handshake is completed. You can see that we have the version TLS version 1.3 and the ciphers that are being used, or the encryption being used. All right, so you also have information about the certificate's expiry date, when it was actually registered, the issuer, all that good stuff. So if you do want to view the connection details and a bit of an advanced information or additional information in regards to the connection, you can go ahead and use the v command. Now, the last thing that I want to cover in regards to the HTTP and HTTPS protocols is the fact that you can craft post requests, and many people have seen me using this in CTFs, particularly when I'm essentially brute forcing login pages. So I can give you an example. So if I wanted to essentially test credentials on a website, and this can really be in any, I can be using any parameters. I could be spoofing various cookies, all that good stuff. So for example, I can say, if I wanted to log in to a WordPress site and I wanted to essentially test various credentials, I can say, for example, curl data, and that is the data that we're specifying, and then in here I would specify log, and this is the particular syntax for WordPress, and the password would be equal to, I can say, password here, and then I close the quotation marks, and then I specify the WordPress page here. So I can say HTTP s, and I can say WordPress.com, and I can say WordPress login.php, and that is the login page right over here. And if I hit enter, and I know this, you can see that admin is not a valid username on WordPress.com, etc. You get the response. So this is a great way of testing various pieces of data. So you can also play around with cookies, all that good stuff. And in this case, we're simply playing around with the login and the password parameters here, and we've specified our own values. Now, if you do need to encode the particular parameters, you can also use Burp Suite for that. So for example, let's see, if I wanted to go, let me just turn intercept on here. If I just went into hexploit.com here, so I just say hexploit.com and I say WordPress login.php, .php here, and I just hit enter, and for some reason we're getting we're just getting a stack protect here. In any case, what I was getting to, if you do want to encrypt your URL or any other parameters, you can use the Control+U key. And in this video, we're going to be looking at how to use the uncomplicated firewall, or as it is commonly known as UFW on Linux. Alright, so you might be asking, what exactly is UFW, or what is the uncomplicated firewall, if it isn't already self-explanatory? Well, UFW, or the Uncomplicated Firewall, acts as an interface to IP tables and is designed to simplify the process of configuring a firewall. Now, you also might be asking, well, what exactly is IP tables? Well, IP tables is an extremely flexible firewall utility that was built for Linux operating systems. Now, you also might be asking, well, why aren't we using IP tables? Why are we using UFW as opposed to IP tables? Well, IP tables is a great tool that offers great functionality when it comes down to configuring firewalls. However, it can be difficult for beginners to learn how to use it properly when configuring a firewall. As a result, UFW is well suited for beginners, and as a result, they can learn how to use a firewall or how to configure a firewall really easily, and they can learn about rules, etc. They get the general idea behind a firewall. All right, so UFW is a great firewall that is designed to be run on hosts or servers. But its only downfall is in the extent it offers in terms or in regards to functionality. What I mean by this, it only goes so far as allowing you to block or allow connections to and from the server, so incoming and outgoing. And you can also block IP addresses, ports, etc., an entire subnet, which I'll get into in a second. All right. So the purpose of this video is to teach you how to use UFW and all the commands that you need to know to get started and to fully utilize it to its to your advantage, really. So this will include commands such as allowing and blocking various services by port and their source IP addresses. And this video should be used as a reference. So if this is your first time with UFW, you can definitely find something that you didn't know in this video. If this is if you're already an experienced user of UFW, hopefully you can find something in this video that you didn't know already. All right. So without any further ado, let's get started. So installing UFW is very simple. Now, if you are using an Ubuntu server or you're running Ubuntu, UFW should be pre-installed on it. If it isn't, getting it installed on any other distribution is very simple. Use your aptitude package manager. So sudo apt-get install UFW. I already have mine installed, so it'll check for an update. If there isn't an update, it's not going to update it and it's going to give me the results here. All right, so once it is installed, we are ready to begin. Now, the important bits of using UFW are always knowing its state or its status. All right, so currently I have UFW disabled. It is not running. And if I wanted to know that, I would simply type in sudo UFW status. Now, it is very important to precede the UFW command with sudo if you're not using a root user. In my case, I'm using the root user, so I don't need to use the sudo command. But in any case, I will use it so that it becomes a good practice with you. And I don't recommend running UFW from the root user, but this is a simple video for demonstration. All right, so I'm going to hit enter. It's going to tell you the status of the UFW or the Uncomplicated Firewall is inactive, which is great. All right, now I can also check an additional, I can get more information from the status command by typing in verbose, which will give me more information in regards to the rules that are currently active. Now, as you guessed, it will not display anything because we haven't set any particular rules, and the firewall is currently not active, so nothing really special there. And the last status command that is very popular is to show the status, the numbered status, so that you have an idea of what rules are currently running and their number, so that you can terminate or delete them. All right, so that's what it's there for. Now, of course, these don't make any sense right now because the current status of the firewall is inactive. Once we activate it, or once it is active, we will be able to get a whole lot more information from them. All right, so I'm going to hit enter, and again, you'll see it's going to tell you that it is inactive, and that is fine. All right. So let's talk about enabling, disabling, and resetting UFW. So enabling UFW is very simple. Sudo UFW and enable, and that will enable the firewall, and it'll give you the little status over here. The firewall is active and is enabled on system startup, which is excellent, so that it is always active. And if you are running a server, that is huge for you. All right, so disabling it is very simple. We simply type in disable and we hit enter. All right, and that will tell you that the firewall is stopped and disabled on system startup. Now, when I talk about resetting the UFW or the Uncomplicated Firewall, this is in regards to the rules that you might have set. Now, please do use caution with the reset command. The reset command is there to help you out if you have made a mistake in configuring your firewall. Now, if you already have a working firewall and you only want to delete a particular rule, do not use the reset command, because that will reset your firewall to the default configuration that it came with pre-installed or installed, or the configuration it came with installed. All right, so if I type in sudo UFW reset, that will reset it, and it'll tell you that, which is very good. Resetting all the rules to the installed defaults. Proceed with operation Y or N for yes or no. Hit yes to reset it, and there you are. So that is a small FYI, if in case you wanted to know that and you've messed up in this video and you want to reset it, there you are. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to start off with understanding the default policies for the UFW or the uncomplicated firewall. All right, so the default policies for UFW are as follows. Now, before we do that, let me explain something. So UFW by default will deny all incoming connections but will allow all outgoing connections. So what is happening here is sudo UFW, and you can always use this to restore it to its default policies. So sudo UFW default deny incoming. All right, so that is the default connection for incoming, or the default connection status for all incoming connections. So by default, UFW will deny all incoming connections, and it will allow all outgoing connections. So it will allow all default outgoing connections. Now, of course, you can change this to whatever you want. If you want incoming connections to be allowed while the firewall is active, then you can also do that as well. So I can say default allow incoming. All right, which is not the smartest thing to do if you're running this on a server. You want to manage what connections are incoming in case your server is being attacked. But that is a very, very different story. And hopefully I'll make a video on that later on in configuring a server for security. In this case, we'll just leave them to its defaults, all right, which are going to be set by default. You don't need to set them. I'm simply explaining to you how to do it and how to change them if you want to change them. All right, so this is great for normal systems, but when it comes down to servers, it becomes a little bit different, and you want to be able to manage the incoming connections in regards to services and ports and the IP addresses that are going to be allowed to connect to your computer or your server. All right. So what I want to do is, the first thing I want to do is I'm going to talk about services and IPs. All right. So if I want to allow an incoming SSH connection, how do I do that? Well, it's very simple. So sudo UFW allow SSH. All right. And this is going to allow all SSH connections. It's going to allow incoming SSH connections. All right. Which is okay if as long as you have a private key and you've properly secured the SSH connection and the authentication. All right, so I'm going to hit enter. It's going to tell me rule is updated. Fantastic. You can also do this by typing in the port. So I can say sudo UFW allow 22, and it's going to update the rules accordingly. Now, if I want to disable SSH incoming SSH, I can say sudo UFW deny SSH. All right, and I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to tell me the rule is updated, which is also very, very good. And of course, you can do that with the port as well. But with services, these are the particular services, services by the name in which they are sorted. So SSH is going to be known as SSH, and it knows that SSH uses port 22. All right, let's talk about working with port 80 or HTTP connections. So that is what unencrypted web servers use, and the connections can be allowed with the following command. So you can type in sudo UFW allow HTTP, and we hit enter. It's going to update the rules, and you can also do it with using the port, which is port 80. Hit enter, and there you are. In my case, I'm going to deny this, so I'm going to say deny HTTP. Hit enter, and we're good again. All right, so what I'm going to do is, before we actually continue, I'm going to leave some services running so that when I enable the firewall, you'll be able to see them when I essentially check the status. All right, so I'm going to say UFW allow SSH, because I want to allow SSH connections. Sorry about that. My typing is pretty bad right now. Allow SSH. There we are. Fantastic. And we can move on to the next protocols and services. Now, talking about HTTPS or port 443, that is again what encrypted web servers use and can be allowed with the following command. So you can type in sudo ufw allow HTTPS and hit enter, and that's going to allow HTTPS connections. Again, that can be replicated or duplicated with the port 443. In this case, I'm just going to deny the connection. So I'm just going to HTTPS, and there we are. So the rules are going to be updated successfully for IPv4 and IPv6 as well. That is why you have rules updated for both the protocols over here. All right, now if you want to allow both HTTP and HTTPS, you can do that in it in one command, and that is done by typing sudo ufw allow, and you can also deny it as well. So the protocol is going to be TCP. Proto is TCP. You can also change that depending on what protocol you're using. So from any target, or you can also use the IP. So from this particular target, but I'll get to that in a second. So we're going to say from any computer, we are simply going to allow the connection from any to any port, and we specify the port. So port 80 and 443. Hit enter. The rules are updated. So we can also deny it as well, which is what I'm going to do because I don't want that running. So deny, and voila. All right, so that is how to run it in one command. And the key words here are going to be the allow and deny. That is the most important bit here. All right, if you're talking about FTP, that is again UFTP, UFW. What am I talking? UFW allow FTP or port 21. And that can also be denoted by port 21 TCP. Hit enter, and it's going to, because it already exists, we can then say deny. And you need to specify with FTP that we're using it in TCP. So deny rules updated successfully, and that is how to configure or enable and disable FTP connections. All right, now let's move on to IP addresses. Now, before we actually move on to IP addresses, for services, this is all done through the port and also through the name. So if you're running POP3, a POP3 mail server, you can also do it as well. If you're running MySQL, I can say UFW allow 3306. That is a MySQL database, and I'm just going to deny it, or I'll leave that running so that we can also check the status. I don't have a MySQL server running on this computer, but that's how one would do it. So in most cases, you want to deny connections to your MySQL database. So in this case, I'm going to say 3306, deny any connections to that particular port. And of course, I can specify the IPs with my previous command that I showed you right over here. So I can say UFW deny protocol TCP from any to any port, and then specify 3306 here. Hit enter. The rules are going to be updated, so we can deny all connections to our SQL database, which is hugely important. And that's why you have open databases running and available to be accessed publicly on Shodan. They can simply be exposed. So this is one of the things you must do on your firewall. All right, so getting back to IP addresses, again, it's very, very simple. So if I want to allow incoming connections from a particular IP address, I can simply type in UFW allow, and I type in the IP. So allow from 192.168.1.1, which is my gateway or access point IP address, which is important because if I don't allow incoming connections from it, I essentially won't be able to get any internet access. So I'm going to hit allow, which is important. And that's very, very important, as I mentioned, when your firewall is active, because if you want to allow incoming connections, you need to specify what IP or what IP subnet they may be belonging to. So an example I can give you here is if you want to specify a particular port for a particular IP address. For example, I only want the IP address 192.168.1.103 to access SSH. I can type in the following. So I say sudo ufw allow from 192.168.1.103 to any port 22. So this will only allow this particular IP address to access the SSH service. I'm going to enter. It's going to say rules are updated. Now, if you're wondering, the IP address 192.168.1.103 is my Windows operating system, and I usually connect to my Kali operating system to it remotely via PuTTY. All right, so that is a good rule to have. When talking about subnets, it's very, very simple again. So sudo ufw allow from, and we specify the subnet range here, 192.168.1.1 and 24, but I don't want to do that because I only want particular IP addresses to essentially to be allowed in regards to incoming connection. So I'm not gonna hit enter, but that is how to specify a particular subnet. You can also disable or deny particular connections. All right, so we have already talked about denying access, and again, it is all in regards to what you want to do in regards to the IP. So what I can say, for example, if I wanted to allow a particular subnet to access the MySQL database, I can say, for example, sudo ufw allow from 192.168.1.1 and 24 and to any port. I can say any port 3306. Of course, that is a very stupid thing to do, so I'll just keep it to port 22, which is SSH. So all of my computers in my subnet should be able to access this computer via the SSH port only. I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to tell me rule changed after normalization because we already had it active, so it is changed it and updated the rule. All right, so let's talk about deleting rules, because that is essentially as far as it will go in regards to allowing and denying rules to incoming and outgoing connections to and from your firewall. So we've looked at allowing and denying ports, services, and IP addresses. Let's talk about deleting particular rules. So now that we've set our rules, we can essentially enable the firewall now. So I'm going to say sudo enable, and we type in sudo ufw enable, ufw enable. I was getting a bit confused there with IP tables. Ufw enable, and that's going to enable the firewall. Excellent. So now we can check the status. All right. So the status, as I mentioned, is very, very simple to check, which, by the way, is going to include the number status. So the default status is sudo ufw status. I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to give you the current status of the firewall. All right. So TCP is going to be allowed, which is port 22, which is SSH, is going to be allowed, which is incoming. It's going to allow TCP, we have port 80, deny, allow for it again. So incoming and outgoing. The same goes for what we had set for the rule set for both HTTP and HTTPS. We had set our FTP rule set here. We had set our MySQL database rule set here to deny. Again, we had set it via TCP. Remember, it's very important to specify the protocol. We then have, again, we set the rules to now a particular IP address. Remember, from here, they were all from anywhere or any particular source. So allow all connections coming from my access point. Allow all SSH connections incoming from this particular IP. Allow any incoming SSH connections from any particular IP in this subnet, which I set incorrectly. It should have been 1, not 0. That's my primary access point that is sitting outside of my office. And then we have all the settings for the IPv6 protocol. So that is how to check the status. Now, if you want to display a bit more information, we use the verbose command, verbose over here, and that'll give you a bit more information. And this is primarily what I like using. So this is the status that I like using, the verbose status, because it tells you the status is active, logging is on low. The default policies are to deny incoming and allow outgoing, as I mentioned. And now we have for port 22 under the protocol TCP, we want to allow incoming connections. We want to allow incoming connections there, which is not clever, but anyway, we had set it to any computer on this subnet, so that makes sense. We want to deny incoming HTTP connections. We want to allow then incoming HTTP connection. And that's because I was actually showing you that we can actually disable it. So I can say UFW, we can say deny port 80. I'm just going to update it, and we hit enter, and there we are. So now it's where we're simply denying the rules here, which is great. All right, so deny for both port 80, which is HTTP. For HTTPS, we are also denying, and that's simply giving you the action. So we're denying or allowing in connections, and the only ones being allowed inside are going to be for the SSH port right over here and right over here, which are going to simply be allowing particular IP addresses and the entire subnet and all IP addresses from the connection. Now, you might want to change this if you want to only specify a particular subnet. But that's simply how to check the verbose status. Now, if you want to look at the numbered status, which is important because you might want to delete a particular rule, you do that by typing sudo ufw status numbered, like so, and we hit enter, and that is going to number all of the rules that you had set, which is very important if you want to delete a particular rule. All right, so let's take a look at how to delete a particular rule. So if I wanted to delete rule 1 and 2, I can do that. So I can type in sudo ufw delete and I simply type in 1, for example, and that is going to ask me, do I want to delete this particular rule? I'm going to hit yes, and then I'm going to hit, I want to delete rule 2 as well, and yes. And if we check the status, the verbose status here, we can see yes. Now we are talking. Now we have we have correctly set up our firewall here, so it's going to allow in connections. We can also get rid of that one as well. So we're going to simply display the status here, the numbered status. So let's get rid of 1 as well. 1 here, yes, we want to get rid of that. And if we show the status once more, we can see that yes, we are denying all connections, all HTTP connections, all HTTPS connections, and we also set this rule, which is a duplicate rule of both these two. So I'm showing you how to do it really shortly. We are denying FTP, we are denying MySQL access via TCP, and also the port, whether it be on TCP or UDP, regardless. The only ones we're allowing inside are going to be connections coming from this particular IP, which is the access point, and this particular IP, which is my Windows operating system, and that is going to be allowed on port 22. And the entire subnet is going to be allowed on port 22, which is really redundant because I should have just gotten rid of this one right over here. But regardless, that is how to delete the particular rules. And if you want to reset it, again, resetting it is very, very simple. To take it back to the defaults, that is if you have messed up your rule set and you want to just start over fresh. So sudo ufw reset, and we hit enter. It's going to ask you yes. And remember, the firewall is still active. So if I just check the status, it's going to tell us that it is inactive. That's because we reset it. So if we enable it, so ufw enable, and we'll then check the status. Right now we don't have any rules set. So that is how to use UFW, or the uncomplicated firewall, to allow incoming and outgoing connections to ports from IP addresses, particular IP addresses, their services, how to delete particular rules, and how to monitor the current rule set that you have set up. So that is pretty much all you need to know in regards to getting started and fully utilizing UFW, in regards to configuring a particular operating system or a server, if that's what you're working with. So in this video, I'll be showing you how to clear your tracks on Linux operating systems with a variety of tools. Alright, so why is this important? Now, if you're a penetration tester, you probably already know why this is important. Well, covering tracks or clearing your tracks is the final stage of the penetration testing process. So just before you start report writing, and that video is on its way, by the way, so do stay tuned for that. So clearing your tracks essentially involves clearing or wiping all the activity of an attacker, or you being the attacker, that is, so as to avoid any detection by incident response teams or forensic teams. Alright, so it is vitally important in the penetration testing lifecycle. And of course, if you look at it from a defensive point of view, it can really test incident handlers and the blue team in their ability to discover an attacker in the system, whether they do have an intrusion detection system or not. And of course, from the perspective of the forensics teams, it can also test them in sort of analyzing their skill and finding what the attacker may have left behind in regards to logs, files or backdoors that they may have left running, any user accounts that they were using, etc. So this is usually or commonly the biggest mistake vector that an attacker makes, all right, or that is associated with attackers. And it's something that has been ignored over the years, which is really, really weird, because if you read or pick up any penetration testing book, when they essentially explain the penetration testing cycle or the stages of penetration testing, clearing your tracks is one of them just before you actually write up your report. And of course, if you're an attacker, this is the final stage of your attack, and of course leaving some persistence behind. But that's a video for another time. So it's very, very sad to see that this is not taken into consideration. I'm not talking about this from an attacker's perspective, but also from a blue team perspective, where this is something that is very easy for them because attackers are very, very sloppy. They haven't taken it into consideration. So it's really good to essentially understand how this is done and how it can be analyzed from both perspectives, from a red team and a blue team perspective. So this is usually, as I've said, the biggest mistake of an attacker, and this is where the professional attackers are sorted out from the amateurs. So if you take a look at most of the biggest hacks in the world over the last 2 years, most of the detection has been made really, really easily from the malware that they have left behind, which they didn't clear. They should have cleared, but of course they were setting it up for persistence. As I said, that's a video for another time, but again, also masking malware or backdoors is also a vital or an important piece of the forensic, or well, not the forensic, the post-exploitation. All right, now when we talk about the attacker's perspective, he or she usually needs to evade detection if there is an intrusion detection system, therefore preventing any incident response, and then he or she needs to clear the logs or backdoors that can be discovered by the forensics team. All right, so what an attacker is looking to do and should do is, first of all, clear logs, modify registries, or clear any of the registries that they did create, and lastly, remove any files or user accounts that they might have been using. All right, now, as I've said, for this particular video, we'll be focusing on Linux. I also want to make an independent video for Windows because it is vitally important to understand how to do so on both these operating systems, and also probably take a look at Mac OS, as that is also getting quite popular, especially for penetration testers. So I'm going to be covering the fundamentals, and you can do a lot of your own research. I'll be covering the tools that I've personally used before. And really, the last piece that I want to actually tell you is clearing your tracks will also depend on the privileges that you have on the system and whether or not you're remotely attacking the system. But for Linux, it is quite universal. All right, now I also have a quick tool that I'll be sharing with you at the end of the video that is a forensics tool or an anti-forensics tool for Windows, so you can definitely check that out. I'll probably make another video of it, but for now let's focus on Linux. All right, so let's talk about the Linux log files, which are the most important aspects of persistence or activity that is being logged on the Linux operating system or the Linux kernel. All right, so the log files on any Linux system can be found in the var. Well, actually, let me just change directory into that. So cd var, and it is stored in the log directory right over here. So now that I'm in the directory, I can list all the files in here. And these are all the log files that currently exist. And of course, if you just read their name, they're pretty self-explanatory. They all have their various use cases and what data they are essentially logging. All right, so for example, when talking about the auth.log file, this stores authentication logs. Let's see if we can find the kernel. If we can find, yeah, there we are, the kernel.log file, which essentially stores all the kernel logs. You then have the mail server logs, which is, of course, I don't think we have a mail server here, but if we did, you'd have the mail server logs as well. You then have the system boot log, which is your boot log, which again we don't have here for some reason. We then have you have your HTTP, the HTTPD log, which essentially has logs for your web server, if you do have a web server, or a web server, that being the Apache web server. So again, there are a lot of log files here. We're going to be focusing on the auth log right over here, which essentially contains the authentication logs. And then we'll take a look at the bash history file, which is very important as well. We'll also take a look at the shred file as well. So let's talk about the shred file and the auth.log file. All right, so if I'm just to open up the auth.log file here, this essentially stores all the authentication logs, which are very, very important to a forensics team to essentially analyze what was happening to the system, what activities were carried out, etc., etc. All right, so you can go ahead and analyze all of the files right over here and get an idea of essentially what was going on. And that, of course, that is that deserves its own video in its own right, because that is more of a forensics type of video. But for now, we're looking to get rid of this, because remember, if you're an attacker, you want to get rid of all of these files so that they really cannot build an idea of what was going on the system. All right, so let me just exit out of this. And as I've said, the tool that is most recommended for any of this, erasing files, erasing hard drives, is Shred. Now, if you haven't heard of Shred, Shred is essentially a tool that allows you to delete or erase a file permanently. So it allows you to delete files, data permanently. Now, many of you might be confused with saying, wow, why can't you just delete it? Well, if you delete a file, it can be recovered. And I'll explain this in a second. So Shred allows you to delete files and data permanently and prevents the recovery of that data. It does this because it overwrites the file multiple times with ones and zeros. Now, when you traditionally delete a file with your graphical user interface, or you simply hit the delete key on your keyboard, what's happening here is your file isn't being deleted. It is simply marked as a space in which data can be written to, or data can be written on top of, therefore replacing the previous data. And of course, this is going to be dependent on how you use the computer. And that's why when you see these real amateurs doing questionable things on their computer, doing illegal stuff on their computer, just delete the file without even realizing that you aren't deleting it. It is deleted for you, the user, but in the back end, the file still exists. It's simply marked, the sector is simply marked as a space that should be written onto. And when it's written onto, then the files are lost, but you can still perform a lot of data recovery. That's why you have an industry dedicated to data recovery, because of how operating systems are and how they essentially mark spaces or data that you want deleted as spaces that can be overwritten. All right, so that is the difference between keeping files and maintaining the fact that they cannot be written to or overwritten, that is, by other files, and when you actually hit delete. So when we talk about a tool like Shred is a tool that I've used a lot of times before for wiping or erasing hard drives when I'm done with them, when I'm disposing them, or when I'm selling drives, which is very, very rare. Never sell your drives. Alright, so Shred comes pre-installed in Kali Linux, and I'm guessing in pretty much all the other distributions. So I'm just going to clear this out, and what we're going to do is we're just going to open up Shred here with the help command. And the Shred tool is quite comprehensive, and I'll try and explain all the commands. Alright, so the Shred command, essentially when you're writing to a file or a particular drive, it essentially overwrites the specified files repeatedly, and therefore making it difficult or impossible for hardware, software, or software recovery to get the data back. All right, so the options or the parameters that you can specify with the Shred tool are as follows. You have the F command, which essentially allows you to change permissions to allow writing if needed. You have the N command, which is the iterations, or essentially this allows you to overwrite the amount of times you want, which is good. The default amount of times is 3, which is okay. But if you're really paranoid about your files and you really want to get rid of them, you can increase the amount of times or the iterations. You then have the size, the number of bytes to shred. You then have the U command, which is essentially allows you to truncate. It essentially truncates and remove the files after overwriting. You then have the V command over here, which shows your progress, or shows verbose information about the progress. You then have the X command right over here, which essentially what this does is, again, it's self-explanatory, but this does not round the files up to the next full block. We then have the Z command, which adds the final overwrite with zeros to hide shredding. So it usually with software recovery tools, they can actually detect if there was shredding done, and this prevents that. And you have U, the U command, which essentially removes the file after shredding, which is what we're going to be taking a look at as well. All right, so let's take a look at the command that we'll be using, and I'll explain what's going on. All right, so we'll be using the vfzu command, which, if we just look at the arguments here, we are going to be using the V, so verbose, vfzu. So F, we're going to force to change the permissions if they exist. So if you don't have read and write permissions, this is going to force it. There we are. So we're going to use the vfzu. So then Z is going to be essentially add a final override with zeros to hide the shredding process, which is good. And we are going to remove the file after the overwriting process. All right, so that is what is going on here. So to do that, we simply type in shred, and after shred we type in our commands, or the combination of commands. So vfzu and the file, which is auth.log, and I'm going to hit enter, and there we are. All right, so shred, it's going to start the shredding process right over here, and you can see shred auth.log was renamed to 000, etc. renamed all the way to the fact that the file was removed or destroyed. All right, so that gets rid of the auth.log file, which essentially gets rid of the authentication logs. Very, very simple. You can take a look at all the other logs, and of course you might want to get rid of all the other logs that that might have existed before, or in regards to the services that you might have used. So for example, if you used Mac changer, which is quite rare, you might want to get rid of that log file, the kernel log file, which is right over here. So if we open it up, kernel.log, and there we are. These are all the log files in regards to the kernel. So again, this is a file that you might want to get rid of, or you can simply edit what you don't want in any of these log files, so as to sort of throw off the forensic teams off your back, to essentially make it look really, really traditional. All right, so that is how to clear your log files. And of course, you can use shred for deleting any other files. This is a video it's not designed to be about shred, but there you go. You can use shred to erase files permanently. All right, so do be careful with it as well. Now let's talk about bash history, which is a video that most of you guys requested me to talk about. Now, bash history essentially keeps a record of all the commands that were executed by a user on the Linux command line. Now this is very, very important, because the bash history is a file that is kept usually separated for each individual user on the Linux system. So if you are the root user, you have your own bash history file. If there was a user called Alexis, he will also have his own bash history file. You get the idea. So the directory in which it is stored in is in the home user, the user that being the user that you are using, and the file is the .bash history file. All right, so I'll get to that in a second. So if there was a user, let me just go back into the root directory, and this is where it is stored. So if you do have a user, it is stored in the home and the username. So this is where you put in the username, and it is stored under the bash history file right over here. All right. So that is if you are using a particular user on the system, which is quite obvious. But if you do have root privileges, then it's also important. But you essentially want to get rid of all the bash history, because this will essentially give forensics teams a list of all of what you did on that system. All right, so let me actually show you how this can be analyzed. So I'm just going to open up Nano here. And since I'm in the root directory, I think I should have there we are, this is the bash history file. Now, I personally have a lot of important information in there, so I'm going to simply show you how to wipe it. All right. Now, wiping it, you can also use shred if you want to, but I don't recommend doing that because, again, you're helping the forensic team build an idea of what type of attacker they're dealing with. So I would recommend keeping things as normal as possible. All right, so if you can also use the null redirect to clear the file, which is what I'm going to do. So you can essentially use the null redirect as follows. So bash history, and once I hit enter, it'll essentially clear the file, because I'm using null redirect, so it's essentially clearing the entire file. So bash history, let me open up the file, sorry, nano and bash history as follows, and there we are. So it's empty. Now you might be wondering, well, it is empty, but did it contain anything? Well, if we start using the terminal here, which am I currently using this? So I'm using Terminator. Yeah, there we are. So I was using a Meterpreter session. I was just working on a few hack the box videos, which will also be coming out, so don't worry about that. So if I was to do sudo apt get update, there is a command that I did run, and we try and open up the bash history file right over here. We'll let that running, and that is in my Terminator session. All right, so let's open it up one more time, and for some reason it isn't showing up. Well, we have to wait for the command to execute. So let me just wait for that to execute. So I'll get back to you when this is done. Alrighty, I'm back. I've essentially just ran a few commands. I was just doing a bit of Metasploit work. I was using Venom, all that good stuff, because I really wanted to show you how much information the bash history file can actually reveal. So let me just open it up one more time here. And my terminal always lags out when I resume a video, which is really weird. Something to do with my processor. Let me know if you guys know what's going on here. Alright, so bash history. like so, and we hit enter, and there you are. So you can see that I was doing some very interesting things here. So I went to my desktop, I created a payload with MS Venom, I copied the payload to my Apache directory, I restarted Apache. Looks like I removed a Matilda installation. I also removed an index.html file. I cleared the terminal. I misspelled. So yeah, this reveals a lot of information about what the attacker was doing or what a particular user was doing on the system. So there you go. And it'll also tell you that your attacker has really bad typing skills and really makes a lot of spelling mistakes. So yeah, you can pretty much get an idea of what exactly is going on here. All right, so that's pretty much going to be it for this video, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions or suggestions, let me know in the comment section on my social networks on my website, and I'll be seeing you in the next video. Peace, guys. Hey guys, in this video we're going to be taking a look at SSH brute force protection with fail to ban. Now, before we actually get started with setting it up, let's get a bit of an understanding as to what this tool is and how we can use it for SSH brute force protection. Alright, so what is fail to ban? Fail to ban is an intrusion prevention framework that's written in Python and that protects Linux systems and servers from brute force attacks. Now, these are not limited to SSH, but the scope of this video is going to be based around SSH as the primary service that is going to be protected, from brute force attacks. All right, so it allows you to monitor the strength and the frequency of attacks, and then from that you can sort of create various jails that you can use, and you can sort of customize the strength of the defense you want to set up based on the attacks you're getting. And of course, fail to ban can be set up to block IP addresses automatically based on specific parameters, more of which I'll explain as we move along. All right, so the great thing about fail to ban is that it automates the process of protecting your server or your SSH from brute force attacks. All right, so let's get started. All right, now that we have an understanding of what fail to ban is and how we can use it to protect our servers, from brute force attacks on SSH, let's take a look at the infrastructure we'll be using in this video. So for the purpose of this video, I've just set up a quick server here with Linode, and I'll just copy the IP address. It's just a simple Ubuntu server, and that'll demonstrate how powerful fail to ban actually is. So I'll just open up a terminal here, and we can try and log into this server right now. I haven't set any other user account, so we'll be logging in as the root user. And let me just enter the password here, and that should log us in immediately. So the first thing I want to do is I want to update the packages, because we do need to install fail to ban. All right, so I'm just going to say apt-get update here, and we do need to run sudo there because we're already using the root user. But in any case, let's just update the packages here, or the repositories, sorry, not our packages. Now, fail to ban is completely free to use, and you can install it through most of your popular package managers. In our case, we're just going to use the aptitude package manager. So it's a apt-get install, and we're going to say fail to ban, and we hit enter, and that is going to prompt us to download about 18.7 megabytes, and we're just going to let that install. This shouldn't take too much time, and we can see we do have a symlink created here. That's very important for the fail to ban service. So one of the first things we need to do is we need to ensure that we have enabled fail to ban to run on system startup. So in the event you do reboot your server, you need to make sure that fail to ban runs directly on the startup or during the startup. So to do this, we'll use a systemd, so system control, and we'll say enable. Of course, we're going to say fail to ban, and the service is actually called fail to ban.service. So we're going to hit enter. And as you can see, it's going to say synchronizing the state of the fail to ban service with the sysv service script. So regardless of whether we used systemd. What we can do now is we can start taking a look at the configuration files. Right now, the configuration files for fail to ban are going to be found in the etc directory. So we can say let's just list all the files etc fail to ban, and we hit enter. And let's take a look at these configuration files. So the most important one that you want to be familiar with are going to be the jail.conf file and the filterban.conf file. The filterban.conf file is a file we'll not be taking a look at in this video, but we're taking a look at the actual jail.configuration file. Now, a fairly frequent or common term that you'll be hearing that you'll hear being mentioned when talking about filterban is the use of jails. All right, so what is a jail in filterban? Well, a jail is essentially a configuration file that contains filters or arguments that protect your system or a particular service. Now, by default, all your jails for particular services are going to be in the jail.conf file. All right, so if I just cat the contents, or let's actually view the entire file, we can say, let me move into the directory so it's much easier for us to work there. So we can say ls, and we say jail.conf, and we hit enter. You can pretty much see that, first of all, it tells you that this is not the appropriate way of actually creating or modifying the already preset jails. The reason being is this: we should actually create another jail.configuration file with the local extension. So you can see in most of the cases you should not modify this file but provide customizations in the jail.local file. Or you can create separate .conf files under the jail.t directory, something we're not going to be doing because the jail.local file is pretty much the best way of going about it. So what you can do is you can copy this file, and you can make a copy of it. However, the second copy is going to be called jail.local. Within this, it has various jails that protect various services. Now, the first one you can see is going to be the SSHD or the OpenSSH server service, and it's going to be enabled. So a jail has already been configured for this, but you can see that there aren't any protection configuration options that have been set here. So for example, the default ban time for all jails on all services, regardless of whether it's SSH or FTP, has been set to 1 hour. Now we can pretty much customize this for particular services, which is what we want to do. So you can use this same configuration file and you can copy it, and use the local extension, and this will essentially set up protection for all of those services. However, in our case, I want to actually create a new jail.local file, and the only service that I'm going to be protecting, or we're going to be configuring, is the OpenSSH server, this SSHD service. So again, all we'll do is we will say we'll use vim here, and we'll say jail.local, and we're going to hit enter. Now, as you already saw within the jail.configuration file, we can essentially we can start working with the services that we want to protect. So again, we do this by specifying their name. So in our case, the OpenSSH server is defined by the SSH daemon here. So we're going to say SSH daemon. And then after this, we're going to start providing the syntax. Now, the first important bit of syntax here is going to be the enabled configuration, or the enabled option. This essentially, means whether this essentially controls whether the jail is enabled or disabled, and the option here we can specify is either true or false, right? And of course that is self-explanatory. Enabled means that the jail or the protection will be enabled, or these particular configurations will be enabled. So for now, let's just keep it at false, because I want to show you a test brute force attack on the server before and after. So what we'll do is we'll just say false, and after this we can then get started with our configurations. Now let me just talk about the various configurations that exist here. So we pretty much need to specify the service, the port, and the filter and the log file that we'll be using. Now let me explain. That sounds like a mouthful, but it's really very simple to understand. All right, so the first thing I want to do is I want to say what's the port. The port is going to be the SSH port, right? So the SSH port here. And after this, we specify the filter that we're looking for. Now, the filter is something very important, right? So let me just open up I'll open up a new tab here, and we can try and authenticate to this server one more time. So I'll just say SSH root, and we'll just authenticate to this server. And the reason being is I want to show you the log file that we're talking about. This is the auth.log file. Now, the auth.log file pretty much stores all the authentication attempts made to the server, whether they were successful or whether they failed. And pretty much you can find this within the, let's just get the contents of the file. So you can find this within the log directory under etc, and it's called the auth.log file. Now when I talk about a filter, again a filter is very simple to understand. We'll just hit enter. For some reason we don't have this file. We're looking, sorry, this is in the var directory, my apologies. Just getting confused with the etc directory there. So you can see that this gives you it gives you a log here of all the authentication attempts. And when I was talking about the actual filter, so if I say filter, this will essentially mean this is essentially where you say fail to ban. I want you to look for this particular filter. In our case, we're looking for the SSH daemon or the SSHD service here. So you can see that, for example, if we take a look at the first SSH daemon log here, we can see that this is the SSH server listening on port 22. And then if we take a look at some authentication attempts, you can see we have an authentication attempt here that tells us accepted password for the root user and the particular IP address here. And this was made through SSH, not a TTY session. So if it can also tell you whether the authentication is done locally or remotely. So that is the filter we're looking for. So we only want to filter for SSH daemon or SSHD logs there. So we then need to specify the location of the log file that we're going to be using. So we say log path is going to be equal to, and we specify the relative directory here. So we're going to say var log and auth.log here. And after this, we can just hit enter, and we can now talk about the security options, right? So the security options are very simple. The first of which is the most important. This is the max retry option, and this is where you specify the number of attempts to be made before an IP address or a user is banned. All right. So to do this, we say max retry. And that's going to be equal to, in our case, we'll just say 3. So the number of so we say the number of attempts to be made before a ban is going to be equal to 3. So if you enter an incorrect password 3 times, you're going to be banned, right? Now we then have the ban time, right? So the ban time is again self-explanatory. This is the number of seconds an IP address will be banned for. Now typically you can set it to an hour, which is primarily going to be 3,600 seconds, or you can specify a day, which is a very good option that many system administrators set. So again, we can just calculate this. So 60 times 60, that pretty much gives us what we're looking for. That's 3,600 multiplied by 24 hours. That's going to be 86,400. So we can say 86,400, and that's typically going to block any IP addresses that have incorrect authentications, more than three incorrect authentications for an entire day, right? So what we can do is we'll just set it to 3,600, or we can set it to 60 seconds, whatever you feel is appropriate for your server based on the attacks you've been getting. Or you can set a generic one if you're monitoring your server and seeing how many attacks you're typically getting, which I'll show you how to monitor. You can then ignore IP addresses, so you can whitelist IP addresses. So that's done by specifying ignore IP, and then within this you can then specify any IP addresses that you may want to whitelist. If you're a system administrator, it may be wise to enter your IP address here. So you can do that, and I think we can also specify, I've specified ban time. What about find time? So the amount of time between failed login attempts, you can just say find time, or we can actually leave that out because we really don't need that. These options are pretty good. So we can save this file, and we ensured that this jail was disabled. And the reason being is I want to show you what typical failed authentication looks like. So what I'll do is let me just exit from here, and I'll just SSH into this, and I'll enter incorrect passwords. Now typically the max amount of times you're allowed to authenticate incorrectly is 3 times. That's the default one, but I'll explain something interesting here. So for example, actually before I do this, because I do want to block my IP address because it is going to connect to it remotely, let's see if we can actually use Proxychains here. So let me just open up this in ParrotOS, and I'll expand this. Or we can actually use AnonSurf. So let me just use AnonSurf instead of using Proxychains. So we'll just start this. Yes, go ahead. And the reason being is I don't want to actually expose my real IP address here, because when I'll be showing you the IP addresses that were blocked, this will come into play. So what I'll do is I'll just wait for AnonSurf to start before we authenticate to the server, and I'll show you what happens here. So remember, the jail is currently disabled and SSH protection is currently not active with fail to ban. All right, so we are currently anonymized here. So what we'll do is we'll say SSH root at, and we'll hit enter, and we'll say yes, we want to accept the fingerprint, and we'll enter incorrect password. So I can just say password, and again that'll be incorrect, permission denied, password, we'll hit enter, another incorrect password attempt or authentication attempt, hit enter one more time, and there we are. You can see, so it gives you 3 attempts by default, and then after which you're told permission denied. Let's try this one more time. So we're sort of exceeding the amount of attempts, but remember we haven't enabled the fail to ban jail, so we can still try authenticating incorrectly. Say password, and we'll say password. Let's try it a few more times, and there we are. We can still see that after 3 unsuccessful attempts, it essentially disconnects the connection. What I'll do is we'll just close this, and let's restart the service before we actually get started. So again, after writing any changes to your your jail configuration file, you essentially need to restart the fail to ban service. So we say system control, system control, and we say restart. We'll say fail to ban service, and we hit enter, and that's going to restart it. So now that we've tested that that we currently do not have any brute force protection here, what we can do is we can modify this file, and we can say set this to true. So now we're going to activate the protection. So we're going to say true, and we're going to write changes and exit, and we'll restart the fail to ban service. And let me just check the status here. Sorry, that is incorrect. We'll just change this to status, and we can see it's active and running. This is very important, because if you do want to actually check if you're having any issues with your syntax or any of the filters you've set up for your particular jail in the jail configuration file, this is where you can actually check if there are any issues. And you also have the log here, so you can see stopped, started, and we're ready again. So we can now get started, and we can test it one more time. So what I'll do is I'll use the same IP address here, and what we'll do is we'll just say SSH root at, and for some reason we're being told the connection was closed by remote host. So let's try a different IP here. So let's see if we can, let's check the status of the TOR service. Remember, we need do we have TOR running? We currently have TOR running, I believe, but I think we still need to disable the AnonSurf here. We can just stop it. So we'll say stop, and we'll wait for this to stop. And I think we can just use Proxychains now. That would be much better instead of using AnonSurf. Although I should have done that before, but I just wanted to explain a point here. So anonymous mode has been stopped, and we'll just start TOR. Actually, yeah, we'll just start it, and now let's use Proxychains. So I'll say Proxychains SSH, I'll say root at, and we'll paste the IP in here. All right, so it'll ask us for the password, and I'll just enter an incorrect password, hit enter, and I'll enter an incorrect password again. Remember, we have set the options in the jail configuration file to 3. So again, it'll block the user for the first 3 attempts. Obviously, we aren't getting a response. We can also try brute forcing with Hydra, which is also another option. So let's try this out. So we'll say Hydra we'll say root, and the password list is going to be user share. And we're going to say word lists, and we'll use some of the Metasploit word lists here. Let's see which ones we have. Do we have any SSH ones? Nothing much. We can use the common routes. Let's try that. We can just use any. The bottom line is I just want to show you what this would look like. So we're looking for SSH and we specify the IP address here. Let's get rid of any other sessions that I had and let's have some verbose output and let enter. And you can see it tells us that could not connect to this particular IP, connection refused. What I'll do is you can see that after the third failed attempt, we can see that we get no response, and that actually proves that it's working. However, I'll actually show you how you can check this. So if we just terminate this and we go back onto our server, we can view the logs and the failed authentication attempts and the blocked IPs by taking a look at the failed to ban client here. So I can hit enter, and then after this we want to display the status, right? So if I hit status and we hit enter, this will give you the number of jails that you have, and as you can see we have only one jail, and that is the SSH daemon. So we want to check the status of the SSH daemon or the SSH server, as the open SSH server jail, and we hit enter. All right, and you can see that the status for the jail is as follows. So the filter is the currently failed is 0. The total amount of failed authentication attempts is 6. You then have the file list, which is the authentication log that is going through. It's banned 3 IP addresses, so the total amount of banned IPs is 3. You have the banned IPs that I think we used with AnonSurf and also with TOR and my IP address here, which for some reason it blocked. I think that's because I disabled AnonSurf and Paratos using my IP. In any case, so what we can do now is we can go back into Parrot, and if we take a look at Hydra, we can see that we have a few issues here. So let's test this one more time by running AnonSurf again, and then we'll try and run Hydra with that so that we have a new IP we can work with, because it looked through the fail to ban client that it did work. When I'd run Proxychains with Hydra here, because I actually didn't run Proxychains directly. So if I try and do that right now, we can actually do it here. So we can say Proxychains. We'll wait for this to connect first. So we're currently on the AnonSurf terminal, so we can just run it through this. So we hit enter. So it's going to test if possible authentication is supported, and you can see it is working. And immediately we're getting a few connection errors. So it's going to try connecting again, but what we can do is we can say sudo, we'll say Proxychains, and we'll run this with Hydra, right? And I'll enter my password here. So we can see that it's currently supported, and immediately we get authentication errors to the server. So that's working fine. Let's take a look at the fail to ban client one more time. So again, I'll just clear that out, and we can run the fail to ban client and check the number of failed authentication attempts again. And now you can see that again the amount of failed authentication attempts has moved up to 38, and currently the total amount of banned IP addresses are as follows. So we have various ones that we had that we got with AnonSurf and Proxychains to a certain extent. So that's pretty much how to view. This is pretty much how to view all the failed authentication attempts and the blocked IPs, which you can then use to build a geographical model of where most of the attacks are coming from, even though they may be coming from a botnet. So again, that's how to use fail to ban. So again, if you want to disable a particular jail, we can just check this out here, fail to ban, and you can then modify the local configuration file. So we can use vim, and we say jail.local. And we hit enter. So if I'm working with the SSH daemon, I can just disable this to false here, and that will disable the protection. And if I just run an exit, and we can try and restart this service. So I can say system control, we can say restart. Oops, sorry, restart. Let me just reduce the font size here, and we'll say fail to ban service, and we'll hit enter, and there we are. All right, let's take a look at whether we can actually log in now. So I'll say exit, and this is through my local IP. I'm not going to use Proxychains. So I'll say SSH, will actually just SSH without Proxychains, SSH root at this particular IP, and you can see it now works perfectly fine. So if I hit another some other incorrect passwords, we are now able to at least get authentication attempts across the line. But yeah, that's pretty much all that I wanted to show you guys how to do with fail to ban, how to use fail to ban to protect your server from SSH brute forces. Let me know if you have any questions or suggestions, and I'll be seeing you in the next video.